Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good day. This is going to be interesting. Present, share screen, Chrome tab. All right, guys. So Hunter Biden apparently is going to come on to Twitter Space Live, and he's going to be talking about NFTs, and he's going to be talking about cryptocurrency, and he's going to be talking about FTX. Supposedly, I don't know. This is supposedly going to happen. Supposedly, this is not fake. And yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to stream this because this is great content, and I'm genuinely curious what's going to be said over here. So I'm waiting for the space to open up. This is the space. It's supposed to, okay, so it's delayed by 10 minutes. This used to say 11 o'clock. Now it says 11:10. So let's see what's going to end up happening. This is the space right here. I'm waiting. I'm with you guys. Let's see what's going to happen. Let me, I guess, let me tweet the space out to some people. Let's see. Let me see. Some people. 1 second. All right. Let me see. All right, let's see, guys. Yo, Whale Hunter, how you doing? Good to see you. John, how you doing? Wolfpack, shout out. This is freaking crazy. I really cannot believe that this space is going to happen, to be honest with you. I have no idea what to expect. Shout out to Mario Nafal. He's been running this space about, I don't know, man. I don't know. Kevin O'Leary is also there. Kevin O'Leary is going to be there too. That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. This is fantastic content. I'm super excited. So let's see what's going to end up happening. Let me see if I could do this. Shout out to the Wolfpack. Let me see if I could do this and if this is going to work. Can you guys still hear me okay? Can you listen? Is everything okay? The stream is okay? It's not slow? You guys can see everything? Can you see me? Is everything okay? Good. Yeah, man, this is crazy what's happening. Did you guys see my connection between the SEC and FTX? Did you guys watch that video, by the way? It's freaking nuts. Bonkers. I got more information, guys. I'm going to make a part 2 of that video. There's definitely some points of concern. Let's call it a point of concern that needs to be followed up on. There's a lot of questionable activities here, guys. A lot of questionable activities. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Hopefully, we're going to get something out of Biden right now. I don't know how he's coming into the space. Honestly, I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. Let me just add a banner over here. Hunter Biden live on Twitter Spaces. All right, save, and let's actually scroll. Brand, let's change my color to, oh, I like that. That's nice. Classic is good. I'm just listening in while working on my last comments. So my last comments. Nice, bro. Let's go, bro. It's gonna be on in just a couple of minutes. I'm really excited. You know what? Give me 1 minute. I just want to grab a water so I don't have to miss anything while they're speaking and I can take notes. Give me 1 second, okay? Politicians and congressmen and Elon Musk and like huge people, Kevin O'Leary, like big names and celebrities and everybody. And so they got Hunter Biden to come too. This place is on 24/7 basically. They don't even take breaks. This is correct. All right. Where's my water? What is fucking going on in this one? All right, guys, I am back. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I want to go take a break. I wanted to get some water so that I don't have to leave when this starts. This is supposed to start in 4 minutes. I'm waiting, guys. It starts in 4 minutes. This is the space right here. Apparently, Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is coming on a Twitter space. This Twitter space has been an absolute godsend. You have politicians, congressmen, senators, Elon Musk, CZ, everybody's been in the Twitter space. So let's see what's going to happen. Big Mike, I have no idea what's going to be said. I'm just interested to see. I'm with you guys. I'm so interested to see what's about to happen. I am with you guys. I am just interested to see what's about to happen. No idea. And yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm waiting for the space to start. It's going to start in like 2-3 minutes. In the meantime, the crypto market is starting to make a bit of a comeback. It's above 850 billion. What can he give? No one needs crack input. I don't know why he's there, yo. I have no idea. I have zero idea. I have no idea. I just figured like this is going to be good content. So I want to cover it. Plus, I figured that a lot of people on my channel don't have Twitter. So I want to follow it. Am I a Democrat? I am not a politician. This is a finance channel. I try not to talk about politics. Obviously, I have to talk about politics every now and so often. I try very hard not to talk about politics because I don't think that's going to help me in any way, shape, or form. If I talk about one thing, people are going to hate. If I talk about another thing, people are going to hate, right? So no matter what I say, it's going to be all the time the same shit. Taking out the fact that he does not comment on FTX. Maybe not. Maybe he's going to talk about crypto. Maybe he's going to talk about his NFT project. I think he's going to be shilling an NFT project. That's what I heard. But again, I don't know. By the way, I'm going to be doing a demo to show you how to use a ledger. If you guys need a link, I do have a link to it. I don't give a shit if you use my link or not. But if you are going to get it and you want it, I have a link. I'm going to be doing a demo how to set up a Ledger wallet because people are asking me. If you're new to my channel and you don't know who I am, my name is Adam Bergman. I'm a YouTuber. I have 4 YouTube channels. I put out 10 pieces of content a day between YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, so on and so forth. And I'm trying to bring back the power to the people of cryptocurrency. I'm trying to bring back DeFi to people and teaching you. So I have a couple of videos out how to set up an Atomic wallet, how to set up a Trust wallet. Now people ask me, hey, Adam, can you show us how to do a Ledger? So I went to go buy a Ledger. I want a free one, but Ledger didn't send me one. And yeah, so I'm going to show you guys how to use a Ledger. I think it's about to start in about a minute. Let's see what's going to happen. Do you think Ledger is safer than Safe Wallet? I don't know what Safe Wallet is. I only heard of Trezor, Ledger, and Ellipel. I'm not supporting any one of them, but as far as I understand, all of them are good cold storage wallets. They're all just as safe. Cold storage wallet, essentially, you know, when you log into DeFi Web3, you have to link something and you have to say, yes, I accept. Cold storage wallet does that for you so that you don't have to press I accept. It's not on yet, guys. I'm waiting. I'm with you guys. It's not on yet. I'm waiting just like you guys are. This is my screen. So I'm waiting myself to see what he's going to say. Yo, John, thank you so much for the support. Thank you very, very much, guys. John is this handsome dude right here. If you look at his profile picture, he has the crypto grandpa. That's my own personal design. Shout out, man. Thank you so much. John, I appreciate it. Thank you for the support, bro. Thank you for being a Patreon member. Thank you for supporting the Wolf Pack. And yo, thank you for rocking out with me. I appreciate that. This guy is a G, man. Thank you. Donations are not necessary, but they, of course, are greatly appreciated for all the work and time that I put into this, putting out those 10 contents plus a day. So, yeah. I don't know if the space is happening. I'm waiting, guys. I'm with you. I am with you. Let's see. Let me see. 1 second. Twitter. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. Oh, listening. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I can't believe it. That's crazy.
Yo.
Good morning, Mario.
How are you, man? Chairman Simon, how are you guys?
Doing well. Got some good sleeping.
I finally got a normal man. I promise you. You know how I'm starting to feel the effects of this space. I promise you. At night, during my sleep, I'm hosting a show, and when I wake up in the middle of the night, it takes me a while to realize I'm not in a Twitter space. I'm back in reality. So when someone talks to me about the metaverse, we're literally sitting in the metaverse in this audio room, like a digital world, and it takes me a while at night to tune back into the physical world. And that beeping sound, just so you know, I hear it all freaking night long. Just FYI, my friend.
It's now stuck in your head too.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Simon. Yeah, Mario. I'm gonna try and give live reports on the Celsius hearing that's gonna happen at the same time. See if I can participate in this because it's really interesting. And I got a couple of calls with a couple of investment bankers at the same time. I'm going to see if I can pull it all together.
Wow.
That'd be very
Okay,
awesome.
what's
That'd be
can
very
you
awesome.
give for anyone that doesn't know about the Celsius hearing? Can you give a quick 2-minute overview? Because a lot of people came into the scene knowing about the whole FTX saga, and I know that Chet, you have a few breaking news that while we're sleeping that you want to go through. But Simon, before we do that, do you want telling us in like a minute or two, Celsius, what happened, and people thought it's over. What's happening still behind the scenes?
Oh yeah, sure. So the whole Chapter 11 process that we're going through with Celsius is what everyone's going to start to experience with FTX as we progress. So fortunately, we've done a couple of rounds with these with Voyager and FTX. Voyager and Celsius. And you have hearings every couple of weeks where different things are tried to be resolved. The hearing today is the judge wants to know what the hell Celsius has been doing for the last 5 months, because they're burning through about 20 million a month. And the judge still doesn't know what they're actually working on and doing. And the second main thing, what else is it? Oh, an extension of exclusivity. So Celsius has had 5 months to submit a reorganization plan. And it's about to go into the bidding process where people can bid on the different assets of the company. But Celsius wants to extend exclusivity so nobody else can propose a reorganization plan. And they'll probably get approval on that, which essentially gets it through the bidding process without loads of people or the UCC taking over, which is the Unsecured Creditors Committee.
And also,
you'll
you
learn
faced
all
a bit
of this jargon soon.
And you also faced a bit of heat yesterday during the show. Allegations were made towards you. I felt you were a bit bothered by it. Is that resolved or is that still ongoing?
Oh no, yes. The CEO of Celsius, Alex Mizhinsky, his wife, said that that we were paid by SBF and FTX to take down Celsius, and creating a bit of a conspiracy theory. So what's interesting now is the people that committed what seems less extravagant than FTX are all using SBF and FTX as a reason to take a bit of the heat off themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to spot between, because we saw as soon as the whole Alameda and FTX saga started, we saw, obviously you told us about what Celsius did and trying to create a conspiracy theory involving you, and then we saw Do Kwon come out of hiding finally and start talking about it and blaming. I don't know if Do Kwon blamed them, but I know that 3 Arrows Capital started blaming Alameda. It's difficult to see how much of it is them just shifting blame and how much of it is actually legitimate.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a ton of that. So we'll try and make sure that at the end of the day they were all working together in different things, and it was a web of craziness, and they were all passing on the collateralized token to hide debts that they were borrowing from each other. So finally, with the FTX side, we'll see the whole web of debt and tokens unwind between Celsius, FTX, 3 Arrows Capital, Voyager, and BlockFi. So the whole thing, the whole contagion thing. And also, it would be interesting to see how much of DeFi was actually just propped up by VCs. So where was all this yield coming from? And how much of it was just VCs pumping in liquidity and people creating tokens and subsidizing that? We're about to find out at the end of this whole process where the real yield comes from, both in the DeFi space and the CeFi space. So it's going to be an interesting year. So buckle up, everybody.
Chet, I'll let you go through the news. Everyone else, so Hunter Biden will be coming on the show shortly. If you've got questions for Hunter Biden, before you start putting them in, you can put them in the comments on the bottom right, but make sure the only questions we're going to look at are questions relating to NFTs and crypto. So it's going to be a very focused discussion. And, we're not a political show, and not a drama show either. We're trying to focus on crypto and Web3 in general, and the macro economy as well. So if you've got any questions, the team is legitimately going to go through them in the comments section and, ask the question and give you a shout out. Otherwise, I'll give the mic to Chet. What's the breaking news, man? over the
Yeah,
last
so
few
the
hours?
biggest news that dropped, and this wasn't even that too long before I woke up, is that apparently Sam Bankman-Fried is now attempting to raise fresh capital despite the bankruptcy. This is from the Wall Street Journal. It says right here, FTX filed for bankruptcy last week, but the cryptocurrency exchange's founder still thinks that he can raise enough money to make users whole, according to people familiar with the matter. SBF, alongside a few remaining employees, spent the past weekend calling around in search of commitments from investors to plug their shortfall of up to $8 billion in the hopes of repaying FTX customers. The efforts to cover that shortfall have so far been unsuccessful. The Wall Street Journal could not determine what SBF is offering in return for any potential cash infusion, or whether any investors have committed. So that's just something there to first report on from the fact that they're still pushing into, through the side. Now, other news that we had drop this morning was quite a lot of news that dropped this morning. But other news we had dropped this morning was from the Federal Reserve. We had Federal Reserve's Harker, for instance, who weighed in on cryptocurrencies. This is their first time, I think, weighing on them themselves. So another Federal Reserve board member saying, Congress needs to weigh. Well, actually, let's read back a little bit further here. Let's a little bit a larger statement here. So they say, we really need Congress to opine on regulation of crypto finance. Crypto finance is not at this point a threat to wider financial stability. It's not big enough to matter at this point. Congress needs to weigh in on which government agencies should regulate crypto. I have not settled in my mind on whether whether a U.S. central bank digital currency is a good idea. So that's one thing that came out from Federal Reserve Harker this morning. Then we also have the other thing that came out from the Federal Reserve is the banking giants, the New York Fed, have started their 12-week digital dollar pilot rather. So the global banking giants, is from Reuters, global banking giants are starting a 12-week digital dollar pilot with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, announced as of today. Citigroup, HSBC, MasterCard, and Wells Fargo are among the financial companies participating in the experiment alongside the New York Federal Reserve Innovation Center. They said in a statement, the project, which is called the Regulated Liability Network, will be conducted in a test environment and use simulated data. The pilot will test how banks using digital dollar tokens in a common database can help speed up payment.
And I'll add the stupid news is another tweet as well by Sam. There's two actually. One, as soon as you went to sleep, not legal advice, not financial advice. This is all as I remember it, but my memory might be faulty in parts. And then there's another one after that. I'll get to what happened, but for now, let's talk about where we are today. I think this is the least important news, but it's news nonetheless. Also, a lot of people are spamming me about Vitalik tweeting. I don't know if you verified it, Chet. I haven't checked it, but did Vitalik tweet in support of Sam on a personal level as well? Could you confirm that before we bring it up?
That wouldn't match with what I know about what he said about him at the Latin American conference down in Argentina. But let me check to see here.
Check his tweets. Check his.
So
tweets.
what I see.
In the meantime, bro, I'll let you check them. No rush, because I want to bring the mic to Jake. Jake, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Good, man. Good. So I asked the team to bring you on. So the team just messaged me. They're like, Mario, Jake is on. You asked us to bring him on. And I'm like, who's Jake? And because I completely forgot, man. It's been 15-hour spaces every time. And then I went through your profile and I remembered that you've been, you've had a lot of information you've been sharing on your account about the whole SBF situation.
Yeah, no, I've kind of been handling more of the government side of things and unwinding this kind of web that we've had here of, Democrat relations, just kind of the influence that SBF and his family had in DC. And so most recently, yesterday, I'd put out that his brother actually was an employee for Congressman Sean Casten, who is a congressman out of Illinois, fairly inconsequential member on the surface level. But, you dig just one layer deeper and you find out that he works on the Financial Services Committee, was on, task forces that were designated to handle the cryptocurrency issues, kind of Web3 related things. And so what this kind of ultimately wound up being here is a forward operating base for SBF and his family in DC, kind of a direct access point, if you will, to the Financial Services Committee, when they're trying to handle regulatory efforts, kind of these potential threats of legislation that could implicate the business model.
So can you break down? I've been getting a lot of information about Sam's mother being very influential, and now you're talking about his brother. Can you tell me more about that web, that family web they have, and how influential were they as a family, and how deep does it go?
Yeah, it's
And
interesting.
if you can separate it between what we know and what assumptions we're making. So there's some places where we connect the dots, and it could be true, and others are just pure facts. So if you can split them between both, would be great.
Yeah, I mean, the political side is largely speculative still. It's aside from the FEC portal where we're able to see political donations and, open secrets. It's really difficult to say the extent to which they had influence over the party dynamic. But 40 million in contributions to Democrats is no kind of throwaway donation. That's a very substantial amount of influence they have over the party. His parents, obviously, we all know at this point, were very notable Stanford law professors. It came out yesterday, I believe, that his father actually advised Senator Warren on her most recent crypto legislation. So that's, from the advising perspective, I think they've had the ear of regulators and lawmakers here in DC for quite a while, well before probably his rise, FTX's rise. And then if you go to more the grassroots level, his mother actually founded, kind of in the run up to the 2020 election, a grassroots organizing group that was kind of designed to do door knocking, your usual type of political action related things. And so on that end, you have political action kind of activity. And then following his brother Gabe's departure from Congressman Casten's office, he actually ended up founding this group. It's a political action committee as well, called Preventing Future Pandemics or something of that nature. They've actually delisted the about page since my tweet yesterday, exposing that he worked for Congressman Casten. So you can't even see that he works at the company as the director. But they've spent the last political cycle donating extensively to, leftist congressional candidates who are prioritizing pandemic-related restrictions. So across the board, you've seen that they're heavily involved. I believe it's a cousin as well, has a notable role kind of in the lobbying sphere. But these are all still things that we're trying to piece together. This is probably, at least in my perspective, the most interesting component. Were they able to escape regulatory kind of pressure from just their political relationships? It's something we're going to be trying to unpack here over the next couple of weeks.
And so I'm not political in any way, but it seems there's a lot of involvement from the on the Democratic side. So everyone that is, more on the right side of politics is kind of really going deep and using this to their advantage as much as possible. And we're trying to explore how deep this goes. Simon, go ahead.
But I also have to say, we can't forget that there was bipartisan levels of donations happening here. We talked about this yesterday. One of the people alongside SBF was actually donating millions, tens of millions of dollars specifically to Republican PACs. So it wasn't just that one party was at fault here. This is a massive attempt to push it across all parties.
You know your shit, man. I don't know how you have time for all this.
Yeah, if I may clarify here, I was more focused just on kind of the SBF family in particular, but FTX, he's absolutely right, has been lobbying bipartisanly. And right now, new member orientation is occurring in Capitol Hill. So all the freshman members have come to DC at this time while this story is unfolding. And what they're finding out is even Republican leadership has taken XTF money. So right before they're about to vote for, who the leadership of the party is, this kind of dirty secret about the amount of big tech money even Republicans have been taking is coming to light. And I honestly can't imagine it doesn't have an impact on the outcome of the leadership cycle. It's very hard to, continue to message on regulating big tech the way conservatives have without kind of owning up to the fact that some of these members have taken big tech money themselves.
Simon?
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the SBF raising money, or did you want to stay on the same track?
Yes, so I want to move on to that in 1 second. First, to the speakers that are putting their hand up. Just remember, I can't see everyone that's putting their hand up, so if it might take a while for the team to see you, and please DM me on the reason you want to come up. just so the team is aware, and they message me on WhatsApp. So just a quick heads up, I forgot to mention it. And remember, for the audience, you can put your questions for Hunter Biden in the comments on the bottom right, and we will delete any questions that are political or just not objective questions related to crypto and NFTs. Yeah, go ahead, Simon. About the the fundraising. So the when Chet mentioned that he's still trying to raise money, I just thought we're way past the stage of raising capital. Like, there's no way of resurrecting the company. Is it too quick to judge?
No, it's not too quick to judge. We went through the same thing, because we did the reorg for Bitfinex in 2016 because there wasn't anything to hide. But with the Celsius side, we originally were, we immediately tried to put together a syndicate of investors to see if the hole was worth filling. And we had certain commitments. But then once the Chapter 11 filing came out, all of the shady stuff that was happening where money was being spent without in a way that it wasn't meant to be spent, and all the regulatory side and the explanation comes out. So at that point, you can't really get investors to fill a hole when there's criminality, because then they would be caught up in the proceeds of crime and all sorts of that. So at that stage, raising finance is out of the equation. And so then you're looking at, you've lost the bail-in model where you kind of restructure and issue equity, a bit like the Cypriot banks. You've lost the bailout model where you try and get a free market solution. Obviously, there's no government bail-in or insurance scheme or anything like a bank has. So then you're only into the final process, which is wipe out all the debt, wipe out the equity holders, see what assets are left, and then determine whether you're actually going to get those assets to all the creditors, which is the customers in this case, versus a liquidation, which is where the US trustee and the Department of Justice would just step in and try and sell everything. But the interesting thing is that it's not going to have too much market impact because all of the Bitcoin is gone, and the good liquid tokens were hacked. And so we're kind of left with just a bunch of shit coins and liquid things. So probably won't have too much market impact.
I'll give the mic to Vincent, Piotr, and Mary. Go ahead, guys.
Some other news that I wanted to break real quick before we keep going, just because there is a lot of news that dropped and we'll have to process all of this. FTX, this was from an hour ago. FTX-owned crypto exchange Liquid has halted all withdrawals. The Japanese cryptocurrency exchange Liquid being the latest company to halt withdrawals here. They announced this on Twitter, saying that due to the Chapter 11 filing by FTX Trading International, the ultimate beneficial owner of Hyoni Liquid Exchange is halting all withdrawals, both fiat and currency. They said fiat and global withdrawals have been suspended on the global in compliance with the requirements of that Chapter 11 until further notice. We would suggest not to deposit either fiat or crypto, which sounds like they're not necessarily shutting down that option in their site. We will provide updates when available.
Oh, that's actually a lot bigger than you think. So if you're in Japan, I spent a lot of time in Japan. Liquid is the biggest exchange in Japan by a long shot. And they were actually the one that wound over the CoinCheck. They were involved in supporting the CoinCheck hack, which was that was previously one of the biggest hacks. So Japan has had a deep history. It had the Mt. Gox exchange, then it had CoinCheck, which was a larger hack, and then if Liquid's closing down, that's actually a very highly regulated exchange in Japan, and that's actually pretty big news for the Japanese market.
So if Liquid, FTX owns Liquid, I'll give you my. So if FTX owns Liquid, so Liquid is owned by FTX. So what we're seeing now is pretty much everything owned by FTX has gone through this. There's just been something happening behind the scenes where it's all intertwined in one way or another. So instead of one entity getting hit, they've kind of. It's just like all of them is just one company of bullshit. Because we talked about this yesterday, where we had an insider from Bahamas talk about how Alameda, there was no line of separation between Alameda and FTX. Whereas if you own companies, like I own different companies, and I cannot mix them. They have to be separate entities, separate bookkeeping, separate everything. But it seems that from what we're seeing is there's financial engineering and this is just a speculation, but financial engineering across all the entities owned under that umbrella. Otherwise, Liquid shouldn't be part of the FTX saga. If you messed up with FTX, other entities should be completely separate and untouched. Is that a fair assumption, Simon, or speculation?
It depends on the substance on how the separation occurred. So the fact that I didn't even know that Liquid was acquired by FTX shows you the speed at which this is happening. If a major exchange happened and I didn't even know about it, that means that these, I've got 3 other portfolio companies that I've invested in that have sent me messages saying they were negotiating an exit. So FTX and Alameda was trying to essentially accumulate and gobble up the whole industry in many ways, which shows you kind of the grandiose kind of vision of both in Celsius and in FTX, where they were just trying to catch up and be as big as Coinbase as fast as possible, or as big as a Binance. But yeah, that's pretty amazing. Now, in terms of segregation, this will all come out in the Chapter 11 process. So if you acquired an exchange, then it would be reasonable to think that it was really set up and it has its own, for example, Slack account and client wallets. But when you get these multi-company structures, but they're really just owned and operated by one person, then you can sometimes see through the corporate veil. Now, this actually played out in the Celsius case, because you had the preferred shareholders that were actually using these, trying to see through these corporate veils, or try and segregate them so that they could actually, so in Celsius, our client money was used to invest in a mining operation, and Alex was playing venture capitalist. And so the equity shareholders were trying to actually get a hold of that mining operation, and also some various other things. So you start to see these different things, and it all depends how segregated they are. And this is what these court hearings are about. You take a couple of issues, they go through a court hearing, the judge makes a determination, the different ad hoc groups start to form, and so you'll see all these things as FTX progresses.
Carl, you were speaking?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Simon. I mean, so I know a bit about Liquid. We, had a kind of, well, I've been working with them on a few things before, talking about some of the products that we're building. And I know that, yeah, they were definitely by far the largest exchange in Japan, and of course, severely regulated over there. And I was just curious if it's weird that they're halting withdrawals. And it was a fairly recent acquisition. I think it was less than 6 months ago. And I'm imagining that more than likely it was probably properly operated as far as one-to-one backing of assets. And so I'm wondering if you think this the halting withdrawals, it was simply a matter of a criminal or a legal request, just because they're going to figure out how to kind of disperse any assets that were owned by FTX, or if you think in that short of time, FTX and Alameda or SAM were able to somehow merge backends, or or essentially start commingling funds.
Yeah, so pure speculation. Firstly, Japan is actually one of the most progressive cryptocurrency regulators, because obviously they hosted Mt. Gox. But they're also one of the strictest regulators out there. So, we talked about this yesterday in the space, that in the US, financial crime tends to be forgiven by money. And so you don't tend to get people arrested as much as you would see in foreign jurisdictions, because SBF can use his money in order to buy political power. And in the US, they're one of they tend to forgive financial crime more than any other jurisdiction. And just simply it becomes a money game, and it all just goes down. Same with regulators in the US. It tends to come down to how big a check can you write in the end, and then you fix your issues. But with Japan, they really don't mess around. They're a very strong regulator. They understand cryptocurrency inside out. They even have a regulatory regime where they list exactly which cryptocurrencies you're allowed to trade on your exchange. So, for example, in Japan, you wouldn't be able to list Monero, and each time you list a new a token, the regulators actually have deep insight of the token, because obviously Japan is very famous for its deep understanding of technology, and they went through all the shit with the biggest hack in CoinCheck, and then obviously Mt. Gox as well. I believe it would have been set up correctly. It would have been segregated, but there's no, we will see what the contagion is. I'm not sure if anyone knows whether there was on FTX a JPY trading pair, which would have been an integration. But the auditability and the regulation in Japan, particularly of cryptocurrency exchanges, is significantly more advanced than it is in the US.
And I imagine that this particular instance is going to really put Japan in the ice age, because they were one of the first countries, like you said, to be super progressive in opening up Bitcoin as a legal. I think for a second there, they were even thinking about using it as a legal tender or something. This was by far, like, I think one of the first countries to be very open to it. And then I forgot what happened. I don't know if it was as recent as like the 3AC and Luna thing, I think maybe, or maybe it was last year. I don't remember, but there was some event that was obviously not good for our industry that made them rescind pretty heavily, where they really tightened things up. I think they rescinded kind of that very open attitude. And I can only imagine that now this taking place on their home turf is going to, and they have a lot of pride and ego to detect, to protect, and this is going to be really bad for them.
I'd predict the opposite, actually. I think Japan has got the highest level of cryptocurrency adoption before other countries like Nigeria and various other countries came along. And the Latin American regions. But it was a bit of FUD, the whole legal tender thing. They didn't actually officially make it legal tender. The first country that tried to do that was Isle of Man in 2014. And then Japan actually just put together, they included it in the definition and quickly moved it to what type of financial instrument and currency it was. And then they started to list what could be on those exchanges. They were also really, really early in trying to create a digital JPY on a blockchain. So they were the first to really go into the CBDC realm. But I imagine they won't take the US approach of, they'll want to remain competitive. They still see the future of this industry, is my guess. But they'll take a hard line on ensuring that these centralized companies are fully segregating money, have good security processes, have good measures, and they will come down hard on anyone that is not, playing by the book.
I want to quickly tell the team, if you guys can get Peter Schiff. I don't know if you know Simon and Kyle. He was in the audience yesterday. Spent a bit of time here, but didn't come up. So and of course he's pouncing on this opportunity, saying Goldbug says it's not crypto winter, it's crypto extinction. So it's the same shit, different day. I know Wahid, Mary. I'll give Wahid. You want to comment on this point before I give the mic to Mary?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just just so I can explain, having been through this rodeo several times in both Japan and other countries. So I think, Simon, you're correct. I think they should be okay with the accounts. Having said that, it's very, very easy for the reserves to be used in an interbank loan, or for FTX to have gone to Japan and gotten a revolving credit. And in that environment, it takes a nanosecond to go to the courts and ask for a freezing order over everything. So it may not have anything to do with user wallets, but there will be undoubtedly some form of credit issues with the holdco there.
Mary?
Hey guys, yeah, this is really fascinating. I'm a Celsius creditor, and the trickle-in of information is the same way as it started with their bankruptcy. One thing after the other coming out and affecting other platforms. I'm a creditor, 7 figures, locked up in there. And Simon's been, putting out a lot of information as it relates to Celsius. Simon, it's pretty interesting, because I'm just wondering, do you think, as you're putting out this information, it's eerily similar to how FTX bankruptcy could go? You believe there's a lot of similarities? Because, I think a lot of what you're saying is exactly how it was happening when bankruptcy with Celsius happened.
Yeah, my major hope for creditors is that there's some decent equity on the balance sheet somewhere in there. So if it owns the liquid exchange, and that's actually that's good news for creditors. That's a significant asset for the estate. And so, you know, if all of the FTX money has essentially been hacked away or obfuscated away because it was collateralized on the FTT token and it was all one big pump and dump of fake yield rehypothecated by tokens and everything, then that's what's causing the significant hole. But as Celsius progressed, there was actually, you realize that client money was used to actually accumulate some interesting illiquid assets. So it had an incredible number of mining ASICs and various other things and started investing in private companies. So it will all unfold throughout this process, and that will all help creditors to actually end up with something that may be valuable. Now, what's interesting in this one is just the sheer numbers. They just keep going up. So Voyager was about 1 million creditors. Celsius was about 600,000 creditors. FTX, it seems like it would be about 5 million creditors. Now, if you want to give people equity, there's a rule in, for example, the US, where we had reforms where we created the Jobs Act, which increased the number of shareholders before becoming a public company from 500 to 2,000. What do you do when you've got 5 million shareholders? Well, there's actually exemptions in the bankruptcy codes where that can be utilized here. So, yeah, we are seeing a bit of deja vu, but I think the magnitude of and the contagion of FTX is much greater because Celsius was just one part of this web of contagion, and FTX seems like it was really at the top of the chain.
I have a question, Simon. By the way, Piotr and Vincent, I'll give you the mic, and then I want to get Miles to do a market analysis. We've had Miles on the show multiple times over the last few months, so it'd be great to get his take now that you know, kind of all hell broke loose. But before that, one more question, Simon. How likely do you think it is, knowing how strict they are in Japan, how likely do you think it is that they used, you know, they messed around with client funds at Liquid, similar to what they did with FTX? So, and for the audience, what happened with FTX is client funds, they're meant to hold 1 for 1. If you put in $1, they're meant to hold $1 for you. They're meant to hold your funds. They ended up using those funds, sending it to Alameda, and Alameda used those funds to trade and invest. And I'm wondering whether that they did the same thing with Liquid.
Listen, it doesn't surprise me anymore, the sheer magnitude of the skill of scams that SBF managed to perform on people. These are very talented people enrolling people into what they've done and what they're doing. But we're starting to see the sheer incompetence. I would be very surprised if Liquid, because it was such an old exchange and it had such good operations under a good regulatory regime with a good management team. I would be surprised if they got caught in that, but it still doesn't cease to amaze me what these people and the veil they managed to pull over many people in the industry. So it still remains to be seen, but I think the regulatory regime in Japan may have prevented such a thing.
Piotr?
Yeah, hey man. Sorry, busy morning here in DC. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm monitoring the G20 stuff. Quite a lot of activity going to be there today, I think, and tomorrow on the crypto lens. And just a couple of questions actually. I don't know, Chet, if you'd seen the name Elora Katz. She was a former aide to Republican Senator Toomey, who was listed on some disclosure reports. I saw that she was FTX's in-house lobbyist, at least focusing on the Republican side. So I was just wondering if you'd seen that name. And then
yes, I've seen that name.
Okay. No, just a few things I was looking here in DC on my end because it's quite interesting to start digging into it from in the hornet's nest, so to speak. But that's all I got for now.
Vincent?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a tweet that was of a video with Ken Griffin from Citadel that was out today. I'm wondering if Jake has probably had a look at it, or Chet, where he basically said, in the view of this political stuff that we were discussing earlier, he basically came out and said that there was a line item in the balance sheet of FTX saying Trump lose.
That was
Yeah,
crazy, man.
that was
was
like
crazy.
an altcoin or something of that nature, I believe, that they invested in, from my understanding. Just kind
You know
of
what it could also be? It could also be a gamble. So there's also speculation that he actually placed it as like a bet on the 2024 election as like a Trump to lose gamble. So essentially gambling with consumer funds in one way. I mean, Kevin said it as well. It's like it's a pretty ugly fact considering the fraud of this magnitude that they're kind of speculating in that manner. So yeah,
And
pretty
just
ugly
for-
stuff, I think.
Yeah, just for political context as well, that's one of the main backers of Governor DeSantis for his potential 2024 run as well. So that's important just for political considerations here too.
Of course, I think Sam was the number 2 backer for the Democrats. So
Yeah, Mario.
Oh yeah,
this
I
came
was just
up
saying
yesterday,
Griffin.
right?
Yeah.
This came up yesterday. We were doing a bit of speculation that this would become a campaign issue that Trump would probably jump on, and we were like, yeah, no, our industry is too small. But we're starting to see, this is really being portrayed as the Madoff of crypto. Is behind the Democratic Party, and I think the Republicans and Trump campaign are going to jump all over it.
I think
Can
that's
anyone tell
incredibly likely.
I don't want to say conspiratorial or anything like that, but I think once we find out this web of purchases that have been made across the crypto industry and related entities, we're going to see a tie-in, I believe, that someone needs to really investigate. Jake, you're probably, as you're doing this, you're probably the best person for it. That these purchases are definitely, to me, seem as though they are wanting to take a large margin of the crypto industry and potentially wage, or mount a war on crypto, which is clearly playing out.
Yeah, just for some extra notes here, Congressman Tom Emmer, who's actually running right now for Republican whip in the leadership race, has alleged that Gensler, the SEC chairman, was actually working with XTF leadership, SBF in particular, to kind of create a monopoly, and he intends to kind of roll that out. And so if you throw me a follow, I'll be reporting on kind of the more political side of things throughout the next probably 2 to 3 weeks. We've submitted questions to Congressman Kasten's office about the nature of the employment of SBF's brother, Gabe. And there's quite a few other folks we're going to be sending questions over to as well. So we'll be handling on our end the political side quite extensively.
Yeah, so this is, before I give the mic to Chairman, this is becoming, like, for the first time now, crypto and politics meet, like, on a serious level. So it should be fascinating to see how it develops. But it's not on the best of terms. I'll give the mic to Chairman.
A bit of good news, Mario. Because SBF made such an attempt to monopolize the whole industry, and there's 5 million creditors, this could be a very interesting decentralization effect where all of these companies where SBF bought their equity, this could actually be distributed across all of the 5 million creditors, which could significantly more decentralize the companies. And so that might be a very unique opportunity for those that are victims of the FTX scam, just to try and put a bit of good news out there as this progresses. We won't know that for a while, but I'll try and keep on top of that.
Some other breaking news that I want to cover that I haven't got a chance to just yet, just because we're covering a couple other things as well. Crypto venture firm Sino Global has revealed a mid-7-figure exposure to bankrupt FTX. This is from Decrypt. Sino Global said they're a blockchain and digital assets focused investment firm. They revealed losses suffered due to its exposure to FTX. However, it insists it continues operations, quote, as normal. Sino Global Capital said our direct exposure to FTX Exchange was confined to mid-7 figures held in custody. Our investment into the equity of FTX was made prior to the launch of our fund, and we did not invest LP capital into FTX. So what they're seeming to be saying here is, even though they have lost a good amount of money, they don't believe this will affect their actual global capital fund.
Hey Mario, when is
Interesting.
Hunter joining?
He's joining in. When is he joining exactly, Chet?
He will be joining at 10:15 Pacific Standard Time.
So like half an hour to an hour.
Gotcha.
Is that half an hour?
Yeah, no, and that would be an hour and 15 minutes roughly.
Cool. Benton, how are you, man?
Hey, good to be.
And right after your question, Miles, I want that market analysis if you don't mind. Didn't forget. But yeah, go ahead, Benton. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I mean, so today's discussion obviously seems like it's more political leaning, and I think that kind of offers an interesting conversation around the doorway for what could be CBDCs. You saw a big announcement today. Looked like Visa, MasterCard, Wells Fargo are going to be starting to roll out and pilot a digital dollar. Does this become a big opportunity for more constraints around the crypto industry? Obviously, there's a lot of segments that are decentralized, but does this become a new power mechanism as we start to digitalize the dollar? I'm just kind of curious to hear, really anybody on the panel in their insights.
Want me to have a go?
Yeah, go ahead. I was waiting for you to unmute.
Hey, Mario, just so you know, your mic, you're a little bit far away from the mic.
I'll fix it. Usually it's too close. Is it better now?
Yes.
Is it better testing? Cool. All right, Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. This is going to be centralized companies. It's not actually new regulations. It's enforcement of existing regulations that crypto companies ignored. So, there's already existing regulations for banking services, for custody, for securities, for lending. They already have regulatory regimes. And, one of Gary Gensler's biggest complaint about our industry is he's saying, these regulations all exist, you're just not following them. So we have to enforce you one by one, and that takes time. So I think this is obviously going to be a big, push to here's what we want the regulatory regimes. And I think the exits of these Chapter 11s will set the framework for how they want this to look in the future. So whatever they define as securities will go through broker dealers, full segregation and trust and custody services. Through, when distributing exchanges done through money transmitters and money service businesses, and lending done through, regulated lending service or bank charters. So all of that's going to happen. But on the CBDC side, personally, they are miles away from launching an actual model of CBDC. You've got to remember, a CBDC is not an attack on Bitcoin. A CBDC is an attack on the banking system. Because at the moment, the creators of digital money are the banks. Every time they issue a loan, they create a new digital balance. And so when a CBDC comes out, that's actually a deleveraging of the financial system, an attack on banks. So you've got to remember that has systemic effect because banks are still too big to fail. And if you move them to peer-to-peer lenders and custodians, you have to have a big...
So I have some breaking news just came in here from the information. Sorry about that, Simon. Venture capitalists are now discussing whether to sue FTX founder Bankman-Fried for alleged fraud. This is coming from the information.
Yeah, well, I just don't think it's far-fetched.
Somebody who has a negative net worth.
Yeah, I mean, good luck. It's not if you are suing the estate. Remember, Chapter 11 protection. The key word is in protection. So if you're spending money on class actions right now, those won't come to be until after. Now, remember, any suing of the estate is going to be the VCs. Remember, equity holders are last in the line. When you have a situation like bankruptcy, debtors they come to the top of the chain. So you're actually going to be, you as a creditor, have preference over the equity holders. So the VCs, if they win their claims, that's going to be at the expense of your claim, and we started to see that in the Celsius side. So they will try and get this in, but then it's a
small pool of money, and everyone's trying to get a piece of it. You've got users trying to get a piece of it, you got VCs and creditors trying to get a piece of it. I'll give the mic to Miles to go through a market analysis. Chairman, you had your hand up, by the way. Chairman, did you get your chance to speak? I didn't notice. Chairman. Oh, it's not. I'm muting. Miles, I'll get you to give a market analysis on. So one thing, like every time we do a market analysis, market overview, we can never take black swan events into consideration. And we've mentioned this a few times on the show. So we're going through a black swan event now. How do you analyze the market? How can you look at whether we hit a bottom when we don't know how deep that web goes?
I think you just made a really good point there, because it is kind of hard to judge the market given that we've just seen a black swan, because we look at the CPI data coming in lower than expectations, the PPI data coming in lower than expectations, and now we're seeing the probability of a Fed pivot. I think in December's now 81%. So this does, in my opinion, allude to a higher probability of a pause in the severity of rate hike. So if it wasn't for the black swan, I think we could all kind of conclude that Bitcoin might be sitting closer to the 25K region right now. So in terms of the macro, I think things have eased, at least in the short term, but obviously all this FTX stuff has went down. So it becomes a little bit harder to kind of judge. Although I think in the short term, I think most of us are probably expecting more downside. I mean, obviously, clearly there's going to be many ramifications across the entire space, both from a regulatory perspective, from a DeFi perspective. But I think if we look at pure TA and use TA as like a judgment for where we're currently sitting, I mean, many of the alts still haven't made higher highs on like the 4-hourlies, some of the lower time frames, even the daily time frames, like Ethereum, etc., still look quite weak in general and still generally look like they want to break down. So the overall trend, for me, it's still bearish, but to be honest, I'm not really a short-term trader. Like, I'm always looking at what kind of narrative is coming next, and the ones that follow my content know I'm always kind of looking out for the next altcoins that I think can potentially perform well, whether that be in the midst of a black swan event or not. So there's a few interesting shifts I'm seeing. I think the first shift is off the back of what's happened in some of the DeFi volume. So we've seen Uniswap hitting some of its all-time volume in trading fees. We've seen, I think, GNS, obviously the perpetual DEXs, GMX, starting to hit all-time high user data in terms of daily active users and total cumulative addresses. So we're clearly seeing a shift right now, and that shift is happening from a lot of the people that were involved in the centralized financial ecosystems, and they're now looking for a new home in decentralized finance. And I think, although certainly like there's regulatory headwinds off the back of that, because we don't have full clarity over how they're going to regulate, and obviously that can hurt DeFi a little bit unfairly, there is definitely going to be a shift towards some of these applications. And I think, if we go back and we look at the history of how all these collapses happened, it's basically all in the hands of centralized entities, right? Like 3AC, you could even argue Luna to an extent, obviously FTX, obviously Voyager. So it does really highlight the fundamental need for quality, perpetual, decentralized applications that can work in perpetuity without the element of centralization. So that's kind of where I'm seeing the narrative shifting. So there's a few protocols under that realm. Obviously, you've got your perpetual DEXs, your GMXs, your GNSs. I don't even hold some of these tokens. I do hold GNS for full disclosure. Don't hold GMX. I'm looking at some of the options exchanges, kind of DOPEX, some of those exchanges as well. But that's kind of how I'm trying to position myself, really looking for that next trend. But overall,
where would we be today if all this shit didn't happen?
Oh, I reckon we'd be 25K plus. I mean, when you have CPI and PPI trending downwards, I mean, for a while we were coming in hot. You guys remember, like, the core CPI was basically printing over expectation every time, and now we finally went under expectations. Yeah, and during a period where the market looked like it was ready to rip, we saw a lot of breakouts starting to happen on those higher time frames, and then FTX happened, bang. So there's a lot of speculation as to the timing of these events, whether it was collusion from the exchanges, etc. I'll let the speculators speculate on that, but I think the answer to your question is undoubtedly higher than today, much, much, much higher. So I guess from one perspective, that's a negative because it's a shame, but from another perspective, as someone with a fairly long-term time horizon, I kind of try and look at the bright side and view it as a blessing, and just hope that regulation can actually one day entice some of these bigger institutions to feel more comfortable investing in crypto, and hopefully our long-term thesis plays out in that respect.
Before Wahid and Tim, I'd love your thoughts on this. Also, Piotr, I've got a question for you afterwards. You mentioned the G20. Do we my question to you right after Wahid and Tim speak is G20 and crypto? I never thought that would even that they both exist in the same sentence. But I wanted to ask you whether the circumstances now with FTX, it will have enough political ramifications that it will be discussed, will be brought up at the G20. But we'll get Wahid to comment on the market first.
Yeah, I mean, take everything I say with a grain of salt regarding crypto, because as you said, I can't really call the black swans. I'm not really an expert. I have a project in Web3, but that's pretty much it. But I really do feel comfortable with risk assets, and let's call it high volume risk assets. The trillions, bonds, equities, etc. commodities. And yeah, I have very good news. I've sort of been looking at that for the last five months. I felt core CPI is completely misjudged. I feel like it's really rolling over now. A third of core CPI is owner's equivalent rent, which has like a 9-month lagging factor. It's ridiculous. So like last year it was underestimated and everyone thought it was transitory. This year it's highly, highly overestimated because it shows rents going up, even though we all know rents are going down. And so the crux of my message is, PPI doesn't have shelter. So you saw PPI really decelerate. It was like flat month over month. But I really feel good over the next 6 months that the CPI prints are going to incrementally show more and more negative. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if in 9 months, given where comps are, because as you know, like as we go into next year, we're comping very, very high figures and in large part artificially inflated. So I really think the macro will be a tailwind going into the next 6 to 9 months.
I have a question for you. We're comparing what happened now in crypto to 08. So for anyone that doesn't know what happened in 2008, the global economy, the banking system pretty much came to a halt. I'm just going to mute you, Wahid. And that was, the peak of it was probably the collapse of Lehman Brothers. Now, I wasn't involved. I was, too young to be involved in finance back then, Wahid, but I was watching it and I've researched it afterwards. And as soon as the bailout kicked in and the money started flowing in, it didn't take us that long to recover from memory. Correct me if I'm wrong. So do we see something similar now where once we find out how deep that web is, and once people see there's a way out, we could see a similar path to what happened in 08? Because after 08, we saw one of the biggest economic growth in most countries that we've seen in a long time. Equities blew up for many years.
So actually, no. I mean, I wouldn't say that, Mario, because 08 was highly, highly artificial. Okay, they bailed out the system. They printed trillions of dollars. COVID, they printed 3x in 6 months what they printed in 3 years from 08 to 2012. So the reality is, there's whenever there's downside systemic risk, they bail the system out. They print money, and then they sort of stabilize the system, and then you get the very good macro news ahead of you. Of course, that sounds rigged. It is, which is why I think there is structural inflation. What I mean by structural inflation, I think we're going to do 2 to 4% forever, but that's not what the market wants right now. Market wants a pivot. It wants the inflation numbers of 8% to 7% going down to the 4 and 3 range. There's a lot of people talking about the neutral rate of inflation being pushed up from 2 to 4. If that happens, it's a limit up day. And I've always said, and I really, really believe that the system knows it's way too overlevered with 330 trillion of sovereign debt, approximately 700 trillion of sovereign plus corporate and personal debt, and unfunded liabilities, that the only way we could even think of surviving that levered world is through structural inflation in the, I would say, mid-single digits. And that's why I'm bullish.
Mario, I think that there's like ultimately at some point, we need to actually feel the and be in a bit of real pain for what has been done. So in 2008, you're right, that was a mind-blowing type of, it wasn't even painful, this whole economic collapse, really. Like it was yeah, not very bad. Like people weren't really suffering so much. It wasn't a Great Depression, right? And it probably should have been a lot worse, especially since the banks ultimately should have like gone under, and that would have caused systemic risk. But instead, they got bailed out by essentially taxpayers who are now footing the bill. And then we had COVID, and then we had 2 years almost of like very little economic activity. I mean, everything was shut down, and just people weren't working or doing business or producing products. And where we are right now in the global equities markets, like it's down, but it's not that down. Like it's not horrible. It has not even, so I feel like if we started seeing any type of severe recovery at this moment, it would just be again kicking the can down the road even more to ultimately probably one day, and I feel like the longer it goes, the can gets kicked down the road, the worse it's going to be eventually when it does break and collapse. I could be, they could just print money forever, I guess, but that automatically, that would be hyperinflation. And so, and I mean, Jerome Powell did say on the last meeting they were going to aggressively hike rates until, and then I think someone asked a question, or I forget how it was done, but essentially, was said like, what happens when you hike rates so much that essentially it destroys the markets and things get wrecked and something breaks, and then he just went on to say we'll just print money at that point. And so I fully expect that it'll be pretty clear to us at what point we expect to see the Fed pivot to a money printing situation where markets do turn upward. But I think that we have to have that type of breaking moment that's pretty obvious in what it is, to where the Fed then turns up back on the printer.
And a question I can pivot to another topic that I wanted to bring up with Piotr, and Tim, maybe you can touch on that as well. Does politics now matter in crypto as well? Did we get to a size, guys, that we, in finance, looking at politics is part of business. Crypto, we usually don't give a shit because we're too small to worry unless major things happen. But are we at a size now where things do matter? We saw the political donations by Sam to both parties. You gonna take that one, Tim and Piotr?
Well, yeah.
I'm getting. Hold on, Jake agrees with me. Cool. I didn't know. I'm glad
Yeah.
that I was right on this one. Go ahead, guys.
I think there's no way to separate the two there, because when you're actually dealing with currency, you're in the design process for the entire political structure of the global economy, and the two are intertwined. I mean, there's just no way to avoid that. We use governance to be able to manage our economy. So, this is kind of implicit. And I think that what Miles and Kyle said was like really spot on in terms of an analysis of the situation, which is that we're facing a reintegration of the actual economic situation, and we've been avoiding the consequences of that in repeated cycles over and over. And it's actually a structural issue with the global economy and how the financial system works. So we're reaching the point where we actually have to deal with that. And I would even say that the situation that we see in crypto, even though they might blame crypto as being worse or more dangerous or the Wild West, it's the failure of responsibility and also transparency and awareness of what institutions are actually trusted, and then taking responsibility for their actions. It's a governance problem, and you're seeing the same problems that are within the existing global financial system replicated. So let's not pretend that this is some kind of thing that you don't see the Wall Street firms doing. It's just that they're actually protected and have enough institutional stability to be too big to fail. And this is what we saw previously. So this has been kind of like a heyday for some freedom to be able to do that within crypto. And the thing that's been really cool about it is the amount of freedom that's granted just individuals and small projects to be able to actually create and have advantages that you wouldn't have had within the traditional VC funding system. That's what inspired my interest in crypto as a means of entrepreneurial mode of exchange and production, being able to change the way that systems work. So I guess the summary is what it seems like is like crypto kind of failed at self-regulating and defending DeFi as a stable value-adding hypothesis, because it was vulnerable to the same thing that capitalism is vulnerable to, which is an octopus-like giant entity that starts consuming. So I think the question is whether was there an engineered aspect of this? Was FTX like a kamikaze octopus that would either take over the whole industry or explode if it was realized that that's what was happening, and it was doing so without an actual reserve backing those activities? So if it succeeds, then it means that the existing financial system can integrate crypto. And if it fails, then it does irreparable damage. So I guess this is like a game theory question, putting on our big brains to be like, okay, what do we actually do in this situation? I think the only question is whether, can crypto itself actually lead its own design process for regulation and not replicate the issues of Wall Street, repeat that history? And can we demonstrate a competitive advantage as a stable model for global economics? And the last thing is, what's happening in G20 is obvious. Like
I just have
they're
some
gonna have to-
breaking news I'd like to cover.
Yeah, go
really
Sorry, Tim.
quickly.
Yeah,
So-
I knew it because you're unmuted. So, and then I want to add to what you're saying, by the way, Tim. I actually really
Yeah,
like
I
what you're saying.
want to
Yeah,
come in as
there's
well.
one little thing I'd like to add, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll let you do
Yeah,
it. Yeah, I'll let you do it right after
I'll just
Chet.
say
Go ahead, Chet.
really short what the headline is here without going too far into the details on this one. But this is from CoinDesk. Privacy-enhancing crypto coins could be banned, according to leaked European Union plans. Crypto providers would be forbidden from touching the likes of Monero or Dash under proposed government amendments to AML rules.
Go ahead, Tim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
I
the
mean,
way, everyone, just quickly for other speakers, just to for any new speakers, you can interrupting is fine on the show. So don't hesitate to interrupt. You don't have to be you don't have to behave like Wahid. Wahid hates interrupting. I love interruptions. So feel free to do so, guys, or put your hand up if you don't like to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead, Tim, and then I want to touch on something, and then I think another speaker wanted to jump in after me.
Yeah. I think just the last thing is like, of course they're going to regulate, because why would they see any other option? I mean, this is a situation where there wasn't the institution wasn't vouched for. I mean, the question is actually, to me, it actually looks like seepage, where we actually had the creep of corruption and dysfunction within the traditional legacy systems, both politically and economically, interfere in crypto as an ecosystem, which was kind of small enough that it shouldn't have been a huge issue. But because it's dealing with currency design and is a potential emerging technology that could have breakthrough potential and thus lead to an entirely different political and economic system, the existing legacy institutions would be fearful of losing their control, so they would need a staking in that design process. So I think this was an angle at having a staking.
I want to build on that, Tim.
Yeah,
You asked me a question or two, so I want to answer them. Crypto, I think, is a much more niche element of 2008. It is your version of 2008, but it's not something that represents, not everybody's in crypto, right? So it's more sheltered to a specific group of people who are heavily or partially involved with it. 2008, I also think we should keep in mind, was very, very erratic for different countries. We saw some countries like Russia or Ukraine seeing huge, decreases in their equity markets. Like Russia saw one of about minus 44%, and their currency depreciated by quarter, versus the United States that actually didn't see much currency depreciation at all, and they saw a less decrease in the equity market. So the impacts were very, very different. And keep in mind also that about 4 years afterwards, or 2 to 3 years afterwards, you had the Euro crisis of 2011 and 2012, which also exacerbated the European Euro crisis, with Greece, having to be bailed out by Germany and others because they lied about their GDP ratio. As for the G20, I think this is also important because it's not just Western countries. So when I was debating Kim yesterday, he talks about the BRICS, and this idea of them creating an alternative currency, an alternative system, which is very well possibly true. I don't disagree with the idea of continued deficit building by the United States as a good thing. But the G20 encompasses all of the BRICS, and all of the BRICS, including, I might add, you asked me, Mario, India is really, really, really pushing for some kind of regulation, at least a regulatory framework, not necessarily enforce like finite rules, but more of a regulatory framework which then different nation states can take and interpret in different ways. Because another factor is that, as I said yesterday, this isn't anymore just an economic financial system for crypto. 20%, the UN reckons, of violence, terrorism, is being financed by crypto activities. And I'm not turning this into some kind of scare show, but the point is countries are looking at this much more from not only even politics now, but security. So definitely, as crypto grows, as it becomes increasingly a more viable form of DeFi and all these sorts of things, it's going to be increasingly looked at from more angles than just the regulatory and economic perspective.
I made a tweet about this, Piotr, and I'll tell you why I got excited when you were speaking. Where is he, Tim? and you can have a look at my tweet, and I think you'll get the message. I actually got really excited, Tim. 2 reasons. Number one is because Ryan and Chad are in the house. Chad gave us a lot of insight into FTX yesterday, and Ryan is Ryan. We all know Ryan. Second reason, though, is what he said. I've been in Wahid. I never told you this, Wahid. I studied political science at university in Australia. I used to be obsessed in politics. Like it used to be, I loved politics. I know a lot of people hate politicians. I adored it. And my dream was to work. I didn't want to work for one country. I wanted to work in the United Nations. And that was my dream. But obviously, I went down a different path of entrepreneurship, built my first business, that I got into crypto in 2017. And now my life is crypto. And for the first time, and if you guys disagree with the tweet I made, do let me know, because I made it based on listening to you, Tim. And when Piotr started speaking, I wrote it. I feel like finally now crypto's at a position where, and we saw with Sam and all the donations he's made, crypto's at a position where we've always felt like no one gives a fuck about us, and rightly so, we're too small, but now we do matter. We had one of our exchanges, and remember, FTX is the second biggest in terms of trading volume before, and Binance was, from memory, 10 times bigger in terms of trading volume. So we had the second biggest by a wide shot, and we're talking about centralization with FTX. Just look at Binance, different discussion. Collapse. And we've had everybody come on the show. We've had ambassadors sit in the audience for hours. We've had Andreessen for hours. We've had, Elon, all the guys come in, all the guys outside of crypto, plus all the guys in crypto, come into the show. So for the first time, I feel like we matter and we have an impact. So politics matters to us, and any political changes matter to crypto, and that shows with the ex-chief of staff, White House chief of staff coming in yesterday.
So
And
now we
others that will be coming in.
have Sam Bankman-Fried, who just tweeted. He said Alameda had more assets than liabilities, M2M, but not liquid.
By the way, you scared the fuck out of me when he said SBF. I thought you were going to say he joined the room.
I was like, is he in here? Cool.
Yeah. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you he's in here using a different account, because when Elon Musk joins a room to talk about you, or CZ joins a room to talk about you, or politicians, I just can't feel like he'll resist.
You pay a fucking attention.
He's claiming that
long term,
claiming
everybody.
that
This
as
is
of post November 7th, the FTX US had enough to repay all customers. Doesn't. I'm not sure if that's true.
But hold on. But Alameda, just quick, sorry, before you go, Piotr, and continue going that point.
Well, I mean, it's true if you count your own fictitious coin.
Yeah, exactly. Alameda had more assets and liabilities, but not liquid. Yes, if you had a coin, remember we had I forgot the name again, but the coin that was circulating market supply was 80 million, and they had $2 billion worth. Serum, yeah, exactly. Yes, I can make a coin right now and then make myself a billionaire. And then the second point is Alameda had margin position on FTX International, and FTX US had enough to repay all customers, which is okay.
And by the way, that's okay.
And keep in mind that when we're talking about these tweets, when SBF talks to the New York Times and they're very, how can we put it, fluffy interview of him, one of the things he said in the interview says, they asked him about the tweets, asked to explain. SBF said he planned to post letter A and then the letter P. He said it's going to be more than one word, and he says, I'm making it up as I go. And so, and then they said, so was he planning a series of cryptic tweets? He said, something like that. They asked, but why? He says, I don't know. I'm improvising. I think it's time.
Oh, I didn't. So, Simon, I know you were just speaking, so I'll let you go. But I didn't know that New York Times, I'm just not keeping up. I knew they did a piece on Sam. I didn't know they interviewed him. Did they interview him?
Yes, they had a direct interview with him. So anyone who doesn't know about that, the New York Times had a direct interview. They got exclusive access to him out in the Bahamas. And pretty much everyone out there has been ragging the story the way that it was written, because it's not going into anything that we know about what actually happened in this event, and instead seems to paint the picture of someone who just kind of accidentally and just went too fast, etc. Even though that's not
New York Times. They need to join. Someone from my team, if you could draft a tweet to New York Times, let's take a jab at them so they join the space if they're not listening already.
I know people in New York. I know people in New York.
Bring them
I
in.
can get them to. I've got someone in the financial market.
Oh, perfect. And just tell them I'm not a hater.
Washington Post, actually, I might reach out to her.
Yeah, I think people would just like to know why the New York Times went with the angle they did, and that's the question, because I'm hearing that from across crypto Twitter.
Yeah,
even
Elon took a jab at them.
What's happened to journalism? It was pretty shocking. It was a pretty shocking response. I would have liked to see a much more comprehensive article, which actually took multiple perspectives into account. So yeah,
I just want to finish that last point that Mario also said.
And just want to tell Simon, I'll give you the mic right after, if that's okay. I just don't want to.
Mine's literally 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go back into the background. which is basically, you know, I think it's really important that like you do take more of an interest in the political dimension, because at the end of the day, you're more proactive. You get to have a more favorable role in determining the ultimate rule. So it's within your interest. You instead of them leading you, you lead them. You know the industry. You know what's best, even if it does mean minor regulation. And don't let the politics determine the crypto. Basically, is what I'm saying. Because if you're passive,
Piotr
then
for
you're
president.
you know what I mean?
Piotr for president. Yeah.
Well, I need to get. I need a US citizenship. So if you can help me with that.
Hey, Mario.
Hey, go ahead, Simon and Mary. Yes,
if
Mary.
I can say something really quick, you know, to go fall in line with what you were saying, you know, what you were starting to say, you know, this space and what we're doing right now is so important, because you are right. For the first time, you know, the little guy, us, I feel like we do matter. Like, I'm a Cuban immigrant, right? Was born in Cuba, came here when I was a little girl. So the big ethos of this space is, you know, financial freedom. Is so we can create the financial future that we all deserve, right? So what you were saying is absolutely true. These Twitter spaces in here, like I said, I tweeted it out. I feel like I'm in a boardroom. I feel like I'm a part of something that's going to be, you know, real big. I know a lot of people are hurting, but, you know, we need to weed out a lot of these scamming sites that are going on. You know, and I wanted to ask too about, you know, these campaign contributions too. Like, I'm just wondering if a lot of these, you know, politicians that received a lot of these contributions, I want to ask and see if they would give it back. Are they willing to give back those?
They did. We know one of them did. I don't know if others followed suit, but we've seen. Hopefully that trend continues. But
right.
Yeah, we've seen one or two,
Yeah,
because they want to distance
thanks
themselves.
for what you're doing here, man. This is really important.
Oh, thank you. It's very, very kind of you, Simon. And then I want to introduce Chad to anyone who doesn't know who Chad is. Jake, I don't know if you know who Chad, but you guys are gonna have a ball. But Simon, I'll give you the mic first.
Hey,
maybe
Mario. Just before
Hey,
that,
yeah,
could you state how many hours you slept last night?
No, I slept well. I had finally, after 4 or 5 days, I had 8 hours sleep finally. 8 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. So I'm chill now.
Simon.
I did. No, all good, man. I did host this. I did host a space in my dreams. So I don't know if that counts. A couple of them, and I kept hearing. And then Chet would wake me up with breaking news, and I wake up and I go back to sleep. But I don't know if that counts. That's a metaverse. That's me being in the metaverse within my dream. Simon, go ahead.
Actually, the conversation's moved on so much. I was on
So
a
I do
couple
have
of
some breaking
conversations
news
back.
again.
No, I let poor Simon. No, let me give the mic to. I'll give the mic to
breaking news. It's more interesting.
Okay.
The breaking news that we just got this from CoffeeZilla apparently was able to get a hold of an email. It just came out from the Salt lending program from crypto. Salt has sent out this saying, you know, this is an important update to all account holders in light of recent industry events related to FTX. I'm sorry to report that the collapse of FTX has affected our business. Until we are able to determine the extent of the impact with the specific details that we feel confident are factually accurate, we have paused deposits and withdrawals on the Salt platform effective immediately. All platform will recognize
how big is Salt? How big is Salt?
So let me take this one. This
Please,
is
yeah.
actually live news that our team is publishing right now. So CoffeeZilla has obviously front run us, so we were in the middle of a letter of intent to acquire Salt Lending, and they've now suspended withdrawals. So we were just about to publish a blog saying that the letter of intent is no longer live, and we've
How major is Salt pausing withdrawals? How big are they?
Salt is actually the first ever crypto lending platform, and it's not a major size, but it was a deal that we were actually in the midst of acquiring the company.
All right, man. I'm sorry. You've had a bad few months.
Yeah, it's a FTX contagion, as we said. I'm just going to get my team to find out when that's publishing, and we'll make the official announcement. So you got the official announcement before we actually got a chance to publish. That's how fast it's moving.
Yeah. So look how fast it went. CoffeeZilla put a message out in his Telegram. Someone from our team spotted it, sent it to me. I forwarded it to Chet immediately. Chet verified it, interrupted you, Simon, mentioned it. I already tweeted it. And then by the time you finish talking, it's already tweeted, Simon. So and verified as well. So no one gives us shit. But I want to go back. So Simon, did you want to add anything before we get back to the anyone else to add on the politics side before we go to Chad and Jake? And I want to introduce Chad to everyone, anyone that doesn't know.
No, you guys go ahead. I've got a few things to work on with the team. I'll be back.
Yeah, all good, bro. Yeah, good luck. All right, so Chad, I'll let you introduce yourself because I know you were in the segment yesterday and you gave us a lot of insight. I did a whole thread. Let me retweet it for anyone that's interested. I'm going to go on my account and retweet it now.
Yeah, that was
and
a
I
great
did
thread.
Did I do a good job writing it? Because I was like, it's like
yeah, I thought it was great.
6, 7, 8.
There was a couple typos, but I thought it was great. I know you're tired.
The typos.
Sorry, so I'm
Always
gonna
the typo.
yeah, I'm gonna
I think there
retweet
was
it.
one that was like TFX or something, and obviously needed to be FTX, not TFX.
And then I get a cease and desist tomorrow, whatever, a letter of defamation tomorrow from a company called TFX. we lost funds because of your tweet. Yeah, so I just retweeted because I don't want you to go through. Yesterday we had like an hour or two discussion. And by the way, if someone from the team could bring Alexander, Piotr, can Alexandra come in or is she busy now?
Well, she's a mother of 3 and has a
Oh,
full-time day job. So she's on Pacific West Coast time. So the best she can do is 5 p.m. PST. So I'll be if you want to do our deep dive session.
Oh, that's already organized with Romy, the group I made. It's all done.
Romy,
sick.
Sarah, and stuff. We're working on that in the back channel. So
Yeah, we also
stay
have
tuned, everyone.
someone
Sign up
from
for that.
a company called New Genesis who is also wanting to talk about their story in relation to FTX and what deep dive they did. Going back as far as 6 months ago. Hold on a second. I'm going on to a phone call now, Mario. You know which one it is.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so that's a phone. I'm just gonna say it's a phone call with Hunter Biden's team just to prep everything. So we'll go, Chad. We're gonna do. So we got a lot of names coming in over the next few hours of people that either worked that had heavy involvement within FTX. Also, Alexandra, she's an incredible speaker, by the way, Piotr. Incredible energy and an ex-SEC lawyer.
I taught her everything she knows.
Okay, bro. I can see it. Chad, how are you, man?
Great, man. Got some great sleep last night. Was a great space yesterday.
Yeah, man. So have you gotten many DMs or I don't? No one. It's been quieting down now. Anyone's been coming on stage has not been getting any more heat. I think it's just so many people are coming and starting to speak out that they just gave up. In the early stages, anyone that spoke out got a fair bit of heat, and we got a lot of heat. I had to move locations and shit. So, did you get any heat, or is quieted down? No one really cares anymore. They pretty much capitulated.
I thought it was great. I got a couple messages, not heat, but some people asking for sort of maybe more formal interviews for different publications. They sort of listened to the space, but needed to have it, more so on record rather than on the Twitter space.
Yeah, you'll get a lot of press. A lot of journalists listen to this. But most of them don't have the patience to sit here for hours. But I'll give a massive shout out to Reuters, and what was the other one? A British one. I can't remember the name. They probably listen to everything, and from what I understand. So a shout out to them for going the extra mile. And they bust our balls though, because we get someone here and we do all the verification, and they want to re-verify what we verify. But I respect that. So Chad, anything else after yesterday's discussion? Like in 5 minutes, for anyone that missed yesterday's segment, I retweeted it. But in 5 minutes, the way I would summarize what your findings were, you and your partner that also came on stage. And Jake, if you want to ask questions after you read the thread, feel free to do so. Anyone from the audience that wants to ask questions to Chad after reading the thread I just retweeted? Go ahead, bro.
I also had something else. So on just with everything that was going on, I think really on Tuesday, right, of last week, which was when the sort of first news broke of CZ potentially acquiring Binance, or I'm sorry, CZ acquiring FTX, right? Binance acquiring FTX. I think probably like 6 to 7, maybe 8 hours later, I was just talking to a lot of different friends, and it became clear to me that actually later that day, that the deal wasn't going to go through, and that sort of they were just trying to wait and maybe give sort of the crypto markets some sort of soft landing, that the hole was just way too big for anyone to really purchase FTX. And so I started to chat with some of my friends that were former sort of FTX or just a part of that sort of again, anyone at the Bahamas sort of, and it became clear to me that there was actually more people I think that knew about basically FTX, or I'm sorry, Alameda, sort of dabbling in sort of customer funds. I guess that was maybe a potentially known thing by other employees, but that people just really trusted that Alameda would be able to either get out of the hole that they had created, or that they were just insanely profitable and could do no wrong.
Yeah. So I wanna, add on to the point you just made. By the way, speakers that want to come up, you have to DM my team and tell them why, because I can't see all requests. Just a quick reminder, because my team is telling me there's a lot of requests that I can't see. But yeah, man. So, uh, okay, so we're probably the first people to break the news of exactly what you just said. We had an executive at a top exchange. My heart still goes out to her because she really copped it, and she said exactly what you said, in that a lot more people knew. And we've had an auditor come on, an auditor that was involved in the whole saga, come on and say that some people knew that FTX was pretty much technically insolvent since April 2021. Now I don't know how legitimate this is because it's so so early, but and in the bull run. But this is again a person that was responsible for either auditing FTX or something along those lines. And I tweeted about it, so you can just go through my tweets if you want the exact information. So what you're saying is kind of confirming this, is that there are people, insiders, that knew, and it'd be surprising if no one knew, because it's just FTX was such a massive company. So it's really hard to imagine that not many people knew. Jake,
No,
did you go through
100%.
the? Go
But
ahead, Chad.
I think what was clear, right, was that more people knew. But I think at the end of the day, it wasn't maybe here in sort of this case. It wasn't actually like who knew. It was really who was making the decisions. And I think, like we talked about really on the space yesterday, that really I think started and really ended, I think, in my opinion, with really Sam and maybe a few other sort of key employees, probably Caroline and maybe one other, Nishad or Gary Wang.
I'm just bringing up a couple of speakers.
I have a
Jake,
question. Yeah, I have a question
Go
for
ahead,
you, Chad. I don't know like the extent of kind of your insights here. I missed yesterday's space, but after reading the thread, I am kind of curious. What was kind of the, if you know, day to day? Were there any conversations on a frequent basis between Alameda and the FTX teams? Like, was that a regular occurrence? Was there a lot of overlap and coordination, or was it kind of more of a back channel? The use of customer funds and things of that nature. I'm just kind of curious on that front.
Yeah, so I don't know if there was. I can't speak to whether there was frequent meetings, but what I sort of stated in my space yesterday was that Alameda's offices and sort of the FTX, maybe lots of FTX employees, were really only about 10 to 15 steps away. And of course, sort of the day to day, you have, you get there whatever time you do in the morning, you have breakfast, which is catered there, right, in sort of one central place. There's not much else to really do on the island other than really work, go to the beach or go to the casino. And so, again, like they were 10 to 15 steps away. I'm sure they had either formal or informal meetings throughout the day, right, between both FTX and Alameda employees. And so I don't think that it's sort of a stretch to say that they were actively co-pollinating or really, commingling, on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see that that really hasn't been part of the story, kind of that connection between the two and how frequent they kind of corresponded. I feel like that's been absent. They've almost regarded them as two separate entities, but I mean, that insight basically makes it seem like they were essentially one organism working together. I'll just kind of note as well, because we had a little bit of a conversation earlier on this kind of self-regulation within the crypto space and the way it failed. I think, as we talk about, people knew since, whether it be April or whenever, the congressional members are going to be quite angry, the ones who met with the lobbyists from FTX or, Alameda or whoever they were coming as a representative of, if they find out that they were given false information in terms of when draft legislation was about to roll out. We obviously are going to see a big regulatory push here in the aftermath of this. But it would not surprise me to see a few of these kind of former donors, people recipients of the donation dollars from FTX and SBF, if they're even more kind of inclined to go after them, just as a result of being fed misinformation and made to look stupid, essentially.
You would have to think that almost everybody at Alameda would have been more or less aware of the fact that they were insolvent. I mean, you think about it, the majority of the people working at Alameda are all traders. It's a bunch of quants, right? They're a hedge fund. And so like, if everyone's just losing all the time and you're having chats with your colleagues about how your day went, and you would have, they're just not making good trades, you would have to kind of make this? I would guess that almost everybody at Alameda probably knew what was going on. How do you keep that? That I just don't know how that would not go noticed.
Well, I think Kyle, right, to this point, right, is there's just been a lot of reports. I don't know this for sure, but there of course was a lot of reports around either Sam or Gary or one of the sort of top 10 that we know of. I think maybe are mostly involved here around this whole scandal, was that they created some sort of accounting system, right, that wouldn't show, I think, proper FTX risk compliance executives or just like sort of top people on that team what was actually on the books, what they were actually investing in. It was sort of a backdoor, right, that Sam, I guess, reportedly had created. And so I'm sure, right, either that was done in the same way, right, with Alameda, or in some sort of way that as soon as sort of they went insolvent, the sort of coffers of Alameda were recharged or sort of replenished, so that no one would really notice. Or, right, again, only the people that would know is maybe like Caroline, maybe Sam Trabucco, and sort of key maybe executives at Alameda. For any of the lower sort of any of the maybe newer traders or newer associates or middle sort of management to even know that anything had happened to insolvency.
I want to two things. The first, we have someone else now. We've got a lot of people trying to get us Sam, so someone's chatting to him now. I'm trying to get him, so we'll see how that goes. So I was just focusing on that. But do you mind if I want to go back to the politics thing, if you don't mind, Piotr and Wahid? I'm just really curious. What can we expect as the space matures? So we saw a lot of donations from Sam to politicians to try to influence policy. So we're going to start seeing a replica of the traditional financial system, whereas there's going to be central entities, Binance, etc. They're going to have a lot of money. They're going to pay politicians, and those politicians are going to leverage their influence to keep those central entities, with the power they have. And then we just have a replica of the financial system that we already have with small aspects decentralized. Is that pretty much what we expect? And how intertwined is the financial world in general and politics? Because I know people love to be very come up with conspiracy theories. Is it really that intertwined, especially in advanced countries? Is corruption really that as bad as people make it out to be in countries like the US?
Yes. I'll be very quick on this one because I've got to go into the background for a bit. But just to your question, I think it's incredibly important for everybody, and I'm going to speak as someone, as I say, a novice within crypto. But what I do know is my line of work, which is international relations, geopolitics, and how that plays into the macro. I did my master's in international economics and strategic studies from SAIS, so got a bit of a you could say I'm part of the establishment. But the thing I think that we need to do a little bit more is understand how crypto plays into a broader shift in the global paradigm, which is basically more and more issues are transnational. And, be it climate change, be it terrorism, crypto is a very unique entity of that, but it's so virtual and online that conventional states, conventional borders do not apply. So the idea of being able to send money, have a medium of exchange, storage of value in a way that you control absolutely everything, be it DeFi or crypto or whatever it is very, very powerful. But at the same time, it's very dangerous. And that's why I'm talking about the G20 a little bit, because countries are looking at this from a terrorist standpoint. And if that's the case, they're going to do what they need to for what they think. It's not necessarily about trying to be draconian and control it for, because they think so. Of course, I agree with Kim that there is probably a vested interest of that by some state actors. But at the same time, I think it's also a security. So I definitely think, in my personal opinion, you're going to see a push by certain, and it depends. Again, we mustn't treat the globe as a monolith. The European Union are likely to be more inclined to do heavy regulation, as Chad mentioned in one of those breaking news pieces, don't do one now, earlier, versus, say, Latin America or Africa. Africa doesn't even have a info technology infrastructure. After the global financial crisis of 2008 and the hyperinflation of Zimbabwe, for example, Africans shifted to using mobile phones as a way of doing all their online banking. They don't even have a computer. They don't even have a physical bank account. They literally do all their finances via their phone. And that was 15 years ago, more or less. So I do think that there's definitely avenue for this, but it's going to be very disjointed and lopsided depending upon where in the world you are. And at the end of the day, the United States can call the shots within its boundaries, but it can't dictate what the Indians do, what the Chinese do, what anybody else does. And therefore, you may see a fictitious period in how countries are just trying to implement different regulations. But at the same time, I think what the G20 might be valuable for is sending a baseline, a bit of a UN convention of crypto rights. I'm making it up, but if that makes sense, sort of the basic do's and don'ts of, okay, this is some good practices, these are bad practices. We as a bunch of nations agree that these shouldn't be done and these should be, if that makes sense. But that's all I can say.
I have another question for you, Piotr, before we go to Tim and Wahid, who I think have points to make on this. If I said to you, all right, you have this show and the reach and the press and all that, okay? How would you leverage this show, the Roundtable? It was called the Roundtable. I don't know what I call it after all this shit, but how would you leverage reach like we have now? Crypto reaching that many people in crypto has never happened before. So all crypto shows are very niche to the crypto community. We used to be the biggest crypto show, live show, a week ago before all this craziness, and we were 90% smaller than what we are now, probably 80% smaller. So now that we've reached a whole new level and it's consistently and a much bigger audience and much bigger attention, it's also the quality of the audience, politicians, people from the outside, traditional business people. How would you leverage, and this is just hypothetical, but how would you leverage reach like what we have now to have some sort of influence beyond the Web3 space, other than education? Because that's an easy one.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, it's education from a top down versus bottom up. Everything has to be done in a comprehensive, multifaceted angle. And as I said before, and this is not meant to be a dig, it's just simply, I was on Clubhouse before I moved to Twitter Spaces. I ran the longest room of social order history on there, and I'm not trying to show off. I became very good at bringing loads of different people in, and we also had crypto members, and they asked me to come into their spaces. So I started going into crypto rooms. It was very, very enclosed. And I think people need to begin to get more comfortable with engaging people from outside the crypto scene. And I think people from outside the crypto scene need to stop judging people who are interested in crypto, because at the end of the day, both need the other if they're going to succeed. Particularly the crypto, I think, I think politicians need to stop judging crypto people. So what I would say is, it depends again on your audience. It depends which country you're in. There are cultural factors. Remember, China banned crypto mining, so it's very different. Russia has tried to monopolize it in its former Soviet states. Kazakhstan, I think, is the second largest crypto mining scene after the US, and then it's Russia. So I think it depends. But very specifically, I would say you need to get like a global representative, or people who can represent the industry, know what they're talking about, and engage directly with stakeholders at multiple avenues, be that a local, national, or state.
Okay, I have a next call. So we had obviously the ex-chiefs of staff yesterday. We had a few ambassadors come in, and the premier of Barbados, and we have Hunter Biden coming in today. Now, so Hunter Biden obviously is not within politics, but just shows that at least he's pretty well connected, being the son of the president. So my next question is, can you, you're the man to get us, influential regulators. My team has been speaking to the people in Ukraine in the government to try to bring in Zelensky, for example. I would love to start bringing that level of people into the show. I think it would be really fascinating.
I might be able to talk. I know I did host, so I have a podcast, and that's not a plug. It's just I hosted a member of the Ukrainian parliament on it, and she is in the opposition, but she does know members of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is a specific part of the Ukrainian parliament, or ministry rather. So she, what they do is a very important role in Ukraine's information warfare campaign against the Russians. So they would probably be one of the best people to reach out to. Maybe we could get the minister for the whole department. I'll see what I can do, but
anyone, and I'll
presidency is that's a big ask.
No, Zelensky. The only reason Zelensky is because he wanted to reach out to the crypto community, just because he got a lot of donations in crypto, and crypto plays a key role in people getting funds within Ukraine. So there's a reason I mentioned just Zelensky and not, Macron or France or some other country. But I will ask. I want to actually tweet something before I give the mic to Tim and Wahid. I want to tweet, and probably Wahid's going to kill me now because Wahid hates me talking about politics or getting into politics in any way. But before I give the mic to Tim, just for the audience, I'm going to do a tweet now, like while Tim is speaking, just asking you what you think, how important do you think politics is to the space? Also, I'll ask your help. Like whenever we ask a question, like I ask now, if anyone has any access to politicians and stuff, the audience is giving us all the guests we're bringing in the last few days and that we're going to be bringing over the next few days. It's you guys and ladies. So it's you audience that are helping us do this. So please DM the team, DM me or put in the comments something, and we'd love any help to bring in more speakers that will continue to influence the space in one way or another. But yeah, Tim, what do you think in this discussion heading towards a more, just at least for now, just a bit of a political angle to it?
Yeah, I think that the point actually that you just brought up about what this call is, what we're actually accomplishing with this space is kind of a demonstration of the reality, which is that, the internet by nature, it's digital governance infrastructure and it's economic infrastructure that is not physical. You don't have to go to a border, have them look through your stuff to go through the border, and then the good is actually able to go across the border. It's infrastructure that's transnational. So right now, we've had this happen over a really short period of time. The development of this technology that's really a hyperstructure that kind of expands beyond the scope of the nation state as we've traditionally known it, and it allows for syndication of substructures that aren't controlled by states. So this is where regulation comes in, is like, how do we actually deal with the ability to trade, to create currencies, to exchange value, to communicate, to make decisions in ways that don't actually fit within the contours of the traditional nation state. So there's a need for adaptivity and the ability to free ourselves from structures that may not be well adapted for the future that we're going into, while also not losing solvency as a civilization. So I think that's kind of where the tension comes in between control and regulation and like people's desire for their own will and creativity. I wanted to make one last point, which is just on the terrorism angle. I mean, yeah, 20% being in crypto. I mean, there's definitely issues with the lack of traceability of some privacy coins. Yet, the other 80% of the funding for terrorism is in traditional fiat currencies. So I think the reality is that terrorists are going to use the tools that they have available to them, and that's not going to change. We always see that. Like, I think there's definitely a need to accommodate for how do we minimize the risk on this angle. But we also have to look realistically at the fact that nation states are the biggest perpetrators of terrorism. They arm and incentivize and train most terrorists. So, if it wasn't for these conflicts that are happening over economic resources and political interest, then we wouldn't have as much terrorism in the world.
I would just point out, Tim, that 20% after over 10 years, 15 years of existence is quite a lot. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but it's grown significantly in a very short space of time. And if there were to be a normalization of crypto, maybe living in parallel with fiat currencies, right? If we think of a three-way system, a US system, a Chinese system, and then the crypto system, that's not to say that it couldn't get bigger. So I appreciate your point.
Just quickly, guys, just for the audience, check my last two tweets, audience. 2 reasons. First, I'm asking everyone to vote whether, and I hate when everything is split 50-50, because then I'm like, okay, what the fuck do I do? So the first one is I've asked a question as a crypto show, do you think we should even be discussing politics, or is it too off topic? And it's literally not 50-50, 54% is saying yes, 45% saying no, it's off topic. And then I've did another tweet right after, we're looking for more speakers, for fresh faces. Since I can't see speaker requests, if you think you can bring value to the discussion, especially if you can disagree with us, because we can get a healthy discussion with both sides, do put your hand up if you're an insider, whatever it is, put your hand, comment on that last tweet. I'll pin it above in the space, and then we might bring you up, because the team is a bit struggling with all the DMs. But I've got Wahid. Are you there? Go ahead.
What's interesting, Mario, is that I bet you that if you would have asked the same question, let's say even 3 years ago, probably, but certainly before that, you probably would have much different type of results. It would have been 90% saying I think that there's no need. Especially before 2017. So I'm guessing that this is dramatically shifted to a lot more people on the yes, politics should be involved. I just hear it way more as far as we need regulation and this kind of thing. Before 2017, you had a lot of kind of more grassroots, diehard, decentralization maxis that really wanted nothing to do and operate outside of government. And so it's just it's changing with one, people being hurt, two, more people that don't have that same kind of ethos at their core of their infrastructure, and I imagine that as time goes on, that will shift even more dramatically to, because like in the perfect world for me, being in the space for how long I am, and the fact that I just love the idea of decentralization, and I think that there's a lot of problems when you're trying to merge regulation with like decentralized protocols. It just kind of is very hard to do in a proper way. I would prefer that it just was not ever commingled.
I think a lot of people from 2013 and 2017, as you alluded to before as well, they're realizing that it is necessary, that we do have adequate regulation to ultimately see the price appreciation that these people have been looking for quite some time, and myself included in that conversation. I mean, that's how you get the big institutions in. That's how you get the big funds in. And I think their ethos may have shifted a little bit over time as it's become more pertinent, especially given the recent events. So that's kind of
I was gonna. When you first said that, I was gonna debate you and say that like once decentralized protocols become efficient and grandma friendly, and like they feel just like centralized protocols or apps, that wouldn't be the case. But no, you're absolutely right. For if we want to see price appreciation, we need that regulation to get big money
and
involved.
we're here to make money, right? I love decentralization just as much as the next guy, but if we all want to make money as well. That's why that's why a lot of us are here.
We only have the freedom to be apolitical when our systems are actually working effectively. That's what gives us the degree of comfort and peace and security and safety to be able to do things like create NFTs or be able to make new business.
So just got some breaking news that just came in from the Wall Street Journal. BlockFi prepares for potential bankruptcy as the crypto contagion spreads. So BlockFi looks like they will be filing for bankruptcy. Now, this is on the back of the
we knew that about BlockFi already, no?
No, we did not know they were looking to actually file for bankruptcy, no.
They paused withdrawals. There was a $600 million loan between BlockFi and FTX. And what I got word last week when I was in London, I got word that Zach, who is actually on paternity leave, was trying to raise the money. SBF said that he would pay back the money, and he didn't pay back the money. And then there was a bidding war. But apparently the whole BlockFi is too big, and I think that I've been waiting for them to announce that they're going into liquidation. That's the one thing. Second thing is, you guys were talking about people making money in the space. We read this morning that.
And the other side here from the Wall Street Journal, started to break in there again. They came out with another piece of this news. They said they're just to add on to the BlockFi news, they're now planning to lay off some of its workers, of course, as expected, while the troubled firm prepares for the possible Chapter 11. So they're not. They're saying possible, but if we remember yesterday, they were basically saying they weren't fully insolvent at that point.
Cool, man. Yes, I go ahead.
It's chapter 11. It's Chapter 11, not Chapter 7, which is, it's one better. At least it gives them time to restructure when they are protected, and maybe they can get back on their feet. Of the lenders, I think BlockFi is one of the healthier, and I say healthier, as compared to some of the others. But I don't think any of the lenders are safe. I think if you do have money in the lending business, to be honest, get your money out. As I was saying, we read statistics this morning that over 90% of people that have entered crypto have lost money. If you take 90% of people that entered crypto have actually lost money. And that's something that we have to fix. Because if people keep coming here and losing money, then we're not going to get a lot of investment.
Iran, that's a shocking statistic, at least for me, unless I'm the only one.
Yeah.
Where'd you get 90%?
I retweeted it. I retweeted the report. Let me just quickly retweet it so that you guys can see it.
Everyone jumps in at the top. That's just human emotion. I'd say.
Yeah.
Probably,
remember when
most stock market? Yeah, most people over the stock market have made money historically, but then again, if you look at millennials, it's probably the same as crypto. Everyone got in at much higher prices.
That's right.
It's just an emotion cycle.
If you can retweet it, please, Ryan. So I want to retweet it too.
Just to bring it to the top of my, Twitter, I'll retweet it. yeah, the other thing is, which blew my mind today. I told you yesterday I was interviewing Kevin O'Leary today, when of course I did. And I asked him, one of the questions I asked him, I said, would you back SPF again? And unbelievably on the show, he said, yes, he would.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, he said it was the craziest thing because he stopped, he thought about it, and then he said, yes, I would. And I'm telling you, I nearly fell off my chair. He said in a different guise, he wouldn't give Sam complete supervisory control, but he would do it, which is, I mean, I don't know. I was absolutely, I was flabbergasted. when he said it.
Without giving
What-
away too much of the show,
this-
what did Kevin go into his what were the main points of Kevin's reasoning for backing FTX so heavily in the first place?
Look, he said on the show that he was a paid ambassador. He said it. He said on the show. He said I was a paid ambassador. So obviously he invested and he was a paid ambassador. He said he's written off the investment to zero, which I think is pretty prudent at this stage. I think he's putting on a brave face because he needs to clean up the image because he was shilling FTX so hard. But in a nutshell, he says he would back SPF again. And look, I didn't come in to shill the show, but the
No,
interview
shill
with
the
him
show,
was
man.
pretty-
Yeah.
No. The interview with him was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Like it's just one
And
of those
what's-
things where
What kind of ignorance or cognitive biases would lead you to reinforce that you would back SBF again? I mean,
you should listen.
It's unbelievable.
You should listen to what
Maybe
he
it's
said.
honesty.
You should listen to what he said about him. I mean, it was absolutely crazy. Like in the beginning, he tried to shill a couple of his, investments in Canada, blah blah. But I mean, once I managed to get through all of that, the stuff that came out of him, he's like, I met Sam Bankman-Fried's parents, and I met like his family and everything, and like it feels like. I mean, that's why I asked, because it actually, like, I couldn't believe how he was talking about him, and then when he spoke about him, like, I was like, "You'd back him again?" And he's like, "Yeah, I would." He says, "No one's ever asked me that, but I would." That was one part of the interview. That interview for me, like, I had people like texting me during the interview, going, "This is absolutely." I haven't had an interview like that. I haven't had an interview like that in my entire career. Interviewing people, I've never had an interview like that.
Tell us more, man. I don't mind you shilling it at all. Tell us more. Like so with him saying that, Ron. By the way, guys, the co-founder of Tether should be coming up on stage shortly. Just a heads up. But Ron, just back to the discussion with first this statement. Maybe he's just trying to say that it was very difficult for me. Like if I had the same, like it's hindsight, because if I had the same circumstances as I did back then and the information I had, I would have made that same decision.
He's saying now. He's saying now. He's saying, I said to him now, if Sam Bankman-Fried came to you now and wanted backing, he says, I'd back him. In a different guy.
Why?
He said, I wouldn't give him,
But
I wouldn't
why?
give him all the power. So he says that Sam Bankman-Fried is part of the 0.1%. When you meet him, when you interact with him, when you understand his knowledge, SPF is part of the
But
0.1%.
doesn't that the 0.1% include, like, every percentage point includes a portion of it being good guys, a portion of it being potential criminals. I'm not saying Sam is a criminal because we don't have all the evidence yet, but potential criminal. Like, considering all the facts, I'm not sure what he's aware of. Would you back a 0.1% that's malicious?
Here's his thinking. First of all, I mean, let's just walk through it. He spoke to SPF last week Thursday. Last week Thursday, SPF reached out to him, and Kevin was in the middle of trying to raise capital from him from the pension funds. And the thinking there was that the whole was $8 billion, and that if the whole is $8 billion, you only need 2 to 3 billion, because once people start realizing that you actually are paying, they won't draw all the money because they'll start getting that sense of comfort. Same way, like, not everyone's withdrawn the money of Crypto.com because now they've got the sense of comfort that Crypto.com is solvent. And we should talk about Crypto.com in a second. But he says that he was in the middle of getting term sheets and stuff like that done. And then Gary Gensler went live on CNBC, and live on CNBC, Gary Gensler in the middle of this said that they're going to start clamping down very much on crypto companies. And if you recall, that is more or less 3 hours or 4 hours before CZ canceled the deal. And part of the reason why CZ canceled deal is that like there's just going to be too much regulatory scrutiny on this company. I don't want to be buying this hornet's nest. The pension funds and all the money that Kevin O'Leary was trying to raise also said, look, it just became way too messy because one regulator opened his mouth. So it's almost like, Gary Gensler, not only has he not really assisted or helped in helping us get regulatory clarity, but he's actually, even now, maybe without knowing it, actually destroyed a potential bailout. And yeah, I mean, according to Kevin, the hole was not as bad as we thought, which I mean, if you think about it, kind of makes sense with what Sam Bankman-Fried tweeting now, that there are actually assets and liabilities, and it's just a liquidity crunch. Now, I think he is a bit delusional because I think the assets that they've got on their balance sheet are shitcoins at highly inflated valuations. Like I think Serum was marked on their balance sheet at $2 billion.
We talked about it. Yeah, that's the $80
Yeah.
million circulating market supply.
Yeah. Although I must say, I do think Serum is probably, I don't know if anyone's ever used Serum or anyone's ever seen how good the tech is under the engine, under the hood, but Serum is a $2 billion piece of technology.
Well, that's why
It's not-
that's why there's been all the Serum forks recently, because people are recognizing there's great applications on Solana that maybe unfairly suffered, and a lot of them are now being
Yeah.
forked. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can succeed, because I agree with you, the tech's brilliant.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So all this happened. Again, I'm not chilling the interview, but if you do get a chance, go and check it out because it's one of those things that, like, afterwards, I literally had to sit down with my team and debrief. I was like, "What the hell was that?"
I'll tweet a link, Ron, and I'll retweet it so people can watch it. Can I ask you another couple of questions?
Sure, go.
So the whole, he said that the whole is not as bad as we think regarding FTX, and
Yes.
like currently it's not as bad as many of us think. Is that just to make sure I understand it correctly?
Yeah,
Yes?
but hold on. Remember that everyone is talking. Remember that everyone is talking pre the hack, and no one knows the details of the hack. And he was also very unclear around the details of the hack. He's like, "Well, do we know what this hack is?" And I started showing him all the transactions, saying, "Look, this is definitely a hack. This is not moving stuff into cold storage." You know.
I understand. And the second one is Gary Gensler. What was the? I didn't get the connection with Gary. How he ruined the bailout plan.
So there were multiple phases here. The main phase was that Kevin O'Leary and a whole lot of other people at the time were all trying to raise money to try and bail FTX out. Why? Because if you think about it, FTX had a hole of a maximum of 8 billion. So at the time that people thought that the hole was 8 billion, but you don't need 8 billion if the hole is 8 billion, because you count on the fact that once you start repaying withdrawals, you actually need like 3 or 4 billion. Not everybody's going to run at the same time, and that gives you time to make liquid or illiquid investments, right? Now, while they were doing this and trying to raise the 8 billion, Gary Gensler goes on to CNBC, and what does he say? He says, "Oh, we're going to be clamping down harder. We're going to be investigating this, etc., etc." And then all the institutions, and I think also Binance at the same time, turned around and said, "Hold on a second. If we touch this, we're actually going to be buying a hornet's nest that's going to be subject to scrutiny by the SEC, by all the other regulators. We'd rather stay away."
And was Kevin aware of a lot of the shenanigans? So because there's a
No.
lot of things that are coming to light that seem like they're criminal negligence at least. Is Kevin aware of this, and did he have an opinion on that? Because it's not
He
something you'd
says-
want to touch.
So look, Kevin's very diplomatic. He's been doing this for many, many years. He's the ultimate in TV. You got to remember who you're dealing with here. He's the ultimate in a TV personality, and so he's very good at staying diplomatic and staying out of things. And he said, "I'll wait for the facts to come out before I make my final verdict." Again, this is a guy who's lost millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, I don't know what his investment is, but millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And he said, I'll rather wait for all the facts to come out. And I said to him, with the facts that you have right now today, would you back SBF? And he said, I know him, I know his mother, I know his father, and they definitely all in the top 0.1%. and therefore I'd back him again, but I wouldn't give him access to all the money. I just want to tap into the genius of his brain, because how that guy trades is on a different level to everybody else.
And I want to back the point of him being that part of that 0.1%. We had people yesterday come in, talk about, I think what college or what, I think it was what college. You remember, Chet, the college that they mentioned, where Caroline and SBF studied out? Oh, no, a company.
So,
no, a company
Caroline
that
went
was
to Stanford. A key delineation is that Caroline
not the college.
went to
No.
Stanford
There
and then-
it was a company they worked at, and he said like to be able to work in that company, I forgot the name. I think I tweeted
Jane
it.
Street.
You
Was it
had-
not Jane Street?
Yes, Jane Street. Exactly.
Yeah.
So to be
Him and
able to
Caroline
work at
both
Jane
went to
Street,
Jane Street. Yeah.
and that it takes a lot to be able to work there, and the pay is really high. So for us to, because he was making the point that some of us were saying that, including some insiders, that it's very likely that Sam was either a puppet or wasn't really the mastermind behind everything. But then yesterday we had first that gentleman that came in and said, Mario, like the intelligence of these two people and others around him, especially Sam, it makes it highly unlikely that he wasn't aware of what's happening around him and being a puppet. And then we had another insider say, Mario, I don't know if he's on stage now. Let me have a look if he is. No, he was on stage earlier today and yesterday. And if he's in the audience, put your hand up so you can say it, confirm it. But he said that the sense he got when he was in the Bahamas headquarters is that, nobody, questioned Sam, and nothing was done without Sam's okay. And if Sam wants to do something, no one questioned it.
That was my experience dealing with FTX and Sam. Now, granted, for the last couple of months, we didn't have a very good relationship with FTX at all. Before that, I mean, my history with Sam is when he started FTX, he sponsored my CNBC show. So it was really the beginning of crypto or of FTX. And I was still running my show on CNBC, which was the first televised crypto show in the world, and FTX sponsored a couple of episodes. I don't remember the exact details of how many of what they were sponsored, but I remember at the time they were one of our sponsors. And since then, I've had multiple interactions with them, and everything had to be approved by Sam until recently. Look, we work with a lot of exchanges. We work with Bybit, we work with KuCoin, we work with BitGet, we work with a lot of exchanges, and we wanted to work with FTX as well, but we just couldn't agree on a deal. We just felt that they were arrogant and unreasonable and stuff like that. And it actually, what it turned out that we had a guardian angel watching over our community, because we have a very big community. So we had a guardian angel watching over our community, not to get them involved in FTX. And then, that's when my relationship with Sam turned a bit sour. He started not coming onto our channel. It started to be sour. We have a group. I'm not going to share the messages because I just don't think it's in the spirit of things. But our relationship went a little bit sour. And I said, I mean, Miles will be my witness. If Miles is still here, Miles, what did I say on the morning calls when people said let's buy into FTX? What did I say to you about buying into FTX? I don't know if you were on. Are you still here, Miles?
Yeah.
So it
I just
seems that.
re-added as a speaker.
Go ahead, Miles. Yeah, all good. Go ahead, bro.
Do you remember what I said about investing in FTX and FTT on our morning research calls?
Yeah, you said
when people
you
said
said he's getting too big. He's grown too big too fast, and you were very wary of investing in someone at the top.
Yeah, I said too high, too fast, too soon. When a 29-year-old builds a $100 billion empire very quickly, it's the same thing. It's actually the same thing I said about Do Kwon. I said that like you when you go too high, too fast, too soon, most times you'll catch a speed wobble and you'll fall off the board, and that's pretty much what's happened to two of them. And that's why probably the better approach is a much slower, much more consistent, much less growth. If what Sam is saying is true, that he didn't have a grasp of what happened, that's negligence, and that someone that's more experienced would know what to look at. But when you give a 27-year-old $100 billion, well, then things change.
Just quickly check. Can you confirm the message I sent you, please? Check my DMs.
I'm sending
Just
you the
looking
link
for
to the
Hunter.
show. If you want to post it. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sending it to your
please.
WhatsApp. If you
Yeah, and I want to dig into it a bit after as well, because I think Chat, are you there? Because you're not responding to my
Amari,
DMs,
we
you're
have
live?
to start moving.
Yeah, that's
we
sort
have-
of. Yeah, I
No,
know. And that's what I'm asking you.
I'm
So
literally
it's
about
ready?
to.
It's ready?
Yes,
Chat.
yes, the invites have
Okay.
been sent.
Okay, perfect. All right, so just want to announce, and that's why you see chat a bit nervous, is that we have Hunter Biden coming on the show. So you'll see a bit of panel movement. So if you're removed off the panel, we'll bring you up. So Chet is organizing everything with Hunter's team to make sure everything is good. So Chet, I'll let you announce whenever it's ready and do everything, and yeah, just jump in when Hunter's ready. So in the meantime, Reeve, I know you're able to come on. I just want to give you a big shout out, Reeve, and would love to have a chat to you as well right after Hunter Biden about a few topics. And I've got a lot of questions for you. So I'm really grateful you were able to make it.
Sure, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me here.
Did you hear the show? Did you join the show in the last couple of days? You see the craziness we witnessed?
Oh, well, I joined that show. I definitely witnessed the craziness of FTX, but I haven't had a chance to be on this show specifically.
Oh, okay, we've had just give you an overview while waiting for Hunter Biden to come up. We had so we kicked it off and then we started witnessing. Chet, you're unmuted. All good, Chet? Okay. Yeah, so we kicked off the show a few days ago, and it was a marathon. Like we would just run it for like 10, 15, 16. I don't know if we did every 20 hours. Non-stop. I stayed I think like 40 hours without sleep because every time we want to end it, there's like breaking news. We started watching like The Hack, for example. We started watching it live, and then we had people like Elon Musk jump in or CZ jump in the show. We've had a bunch of ambassadors, the premier. We had the ex-White House chief of staff. So it's like constantly, every time we want to end it, something happens, and then everyone floods in. So it was pretty fucking insane. But yeah, Chet, I'm still waiting for you, man. All good? Chet?
Invites have been sent out to them now, and are we shifting?
Perfect. Yeah, I'm ready. We can shift whenever you want. The mic is yours, my friend. You want to do the introductions? Chet? Let me see if everything's going well. All right, let's see.
Hey, and let's also make sure, Mario, to mention that Donald Kushner, the original director of Tron, is also joining us here on the stage today. He's going to be speaking with us about the metaverse. I think it's very key that we not forget that it's very critical. Here he is. He's right on stage. So pardon me, folks. We're going to go ahead and clear the stage right now at this point and keep some people on here. And then here we go. All right. So now we have Hunter Biden, who is a fantastic individual coming on stage. Here we have Simon Dixon. Let me move him on a second here. Just clearing a couple things off here, just so we have this done. Okay. All right, Mario, do you want to kick off the intro?
Hunter, Donald, guys, real pleasure to have you. It's been, I can tell you, Chet this is the highlight of his life. He's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes with your team to make this happen. So before I kick it off, I just want to, welcome you both on the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Chet, I'd give you the mic, man, to make the introductions for Donald and Hunter. I know you've been planning this for a really long time, so I tip my hat to you, my friend. And I'll let you kick off the introductions.
Yeah, absolutely. So Donald Kushner, of course, produced the legendary, like I said, the legendary motion picture Tron, which we're all very familiar with. I think if any of us grew up in that space. And its sequel, of course, Tron Legacy, he was the executive producer for as well. He has he's produced thousands of hours of primetime television, hundreds of feature films, and has helped launch careers of some of entertainment huge stars out there. His newest project is Cryptosaurus, and that's what he is here also to talk with us about. We also have Hunter Biden on stage, of course, the son of the president. Of course, he's an artist. He's going to share his work with us, how he found a career and a fresh start in life through his art, and of course, breaking with us, as some of his views on NFTs, crypto, etc., and how he goes about creating his work in the art side, and to discuss that, which should be quite interesting to hear both of your perspectives. I really, really thank you both for joining us here today at the stage.
Nice to be here.
Thanks for having me.
So, guys, I want to kick it off with do you want me to kick off with the first question, or you have one, Chat?
No, you can kick off with the first question, Mario.
Yeah, so I have a pretty broad question, guys. First, you came in under crazy circumstances because we started speaking a couple of weeks ago.
Mario, let me ask the first question here. So Donald, just to go to you first.
Okay.
You've noted some really interesting connections between Tron, which you produced, and what we refer to today as the metaverse. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Sure. Tron was the first film, or gave the first depiction of what the metaverse was. In Tron, the electronic world became the metaverse, and characters in the electronic world became avatars. Also, a lot of people don't know, but in 1982, Hal Finney, under the pseudonym of Satoshi Nakamoto, who created Bitcoin, or at least that's my view. He also worked for Atari on the video game Tron. So also around the same time in 1982, William Gibson, a big fan of Tron, wrote Neuromancer. So there's a lot of connection to Tron in present day NFTs and metaverse.
So a question I have to you, Donald, I want to ask you a question about the metaverse. So how do you see the metaverse? How would you define the metaverse? Because we've had, even internally in crypto, we've always wondered, you know, and trying to explain to people outside of crypto what the metaverse means. So I would love to know what metaverse means to you, and of course Hunter could jump in as well, and how it could look like over the next few years.
Well, the metaverse, for me, I'm in the entertainment business. My background is in film and television. So I'm looking at the metaverse as a medium to entertain people. And that's my focus, that's my background, and that's the concept of cryptosaurs. Cryptosaurs, we reimagine dinosaurs. In the not too distant future, these reimagined dinosaurs come back to planet Earth to teach mankind how to get along with each other and how to get along with the planet and not become extinct the way they do. So that's my focus on it. My focus on it is a Web3 studio that focuses on entertaining people. And of course, there'll be, you know, unconfined derivatives, and there'll be a creative economy, and the community will participate. But first and foremost, I see it as a vehicle for entertainment.
Okay, that's very interesting, and your perspective on that has been changing with of course your project with Cryptosaurs. What are Cryptosaurs? Would you kind of like to elaborate a little bit on that as well?
Well, Cryptosaurs, it starts with an egg drop, and the egg drops become baby dinosaurs or baby saurs. And you know, we have a partner which is Animoca, and one of their divisions called Forge. And they're helping us, you know, create this Web3 studio. And you know, as part of the Tron influence, Tron used was the first wide use of computer animation. So we intend to use artificial intelligence to create images and backgrounds. And a lot of the characters that we've created, the Cryptosaur characters and the environments we've created are all created by AI, and then they're manicured by our artists that are in house. So yeah, Tron's influence with computer animation was on the Disney lot, you know, from that group, Pixar and the Ice Age movies. So we intend to create with our entertainment on Cryptosaurs, the use of AI and how that could be interactive in a Web3 TV series or a streaming series.
Okay, very interesting. And then you know, so obviously for those who don't know and aren't listening, you know, and weren't aware of how this got you know, created, and you all coming on the show, this was obviously, you know, something that had been planned out in advance way before anything happened in the markets, etc. So this is entirely separate from that, which is why we're asking questions here that have more to do with what your background is, and less to do with things that you don't know that much about. So what do you think has been, Tron's influence on entertainment and culture over the past 40 years?
I think I've kind of already, touched upon that. I touched upon the computer animation, which gave birth to several movie series, and also in Tron there was the personal computer versus the mainframe computer, and this was the first instance where an entertainment project or any project looked at open source communication and Web3. So Tron projected where the users could rule. So that I think it had a very distinct influence on our current culture, and especially in the metaverse culture and NFTs.
Okay, very interesting there as well too. So the Gumbotron and all that is another piece, and I know that of course Disney's creating a whole bunch of things. So obviously the Tron impact still having quite a lot of things. It impacted music, I'll say that much. So if I was to ask you, how is storytelling in the metaverse different from storytelling for film or TV? I'd be very interested to hear from you on that, and I think the audience would be too.
Well, I think in the NFT and the metaverse space, storytelling is what we call quantum storytelling. It's not linear, and it follows in many directions. We have what we call vectors, are different communities, and through smart contracts, we intend to create multiple derivatives. We can, one of our first derivatives will be an animation series. I have a big background in animation that will have a Web3 component to it, and also, we have created comic books and a book of monsters, which the images have been created by AI, and we intend to use and the AI community to help become part of the creators of this Cryptosaur project.
I want to jump in. Hunter, do you mind if I ask you a question about how you started your art career and what influenced you to get into art?
Well, I'm glad you're asking me about that and not the metaverse, because everything about the metaverse I know from Tron in 1982 and the crash course that Donald has given me. I just think is an incredibly inventive and creative person in his own right. Just amazing what he's been able to show me about the metaverse. But in terms of my art, I've always been an artist. From the time I've been a child, and I think that it's always been at the center of my life. And not until recently have I been able to devote the entirety of my day to art. But my biggest influences were, very traditional. I grew up in the Brandywine Valley and spent a lot of time at the Brandywine River Museum and with N.C. Wyeth and his kind of mythological landscapes, and Andy Wyeth and Jamie Wyeth. And but that was pretty traditional start. Lots of art classes in high school and college, but then a more traditional kind of profession career took shape, and art was always a part of me and something that I've always practiced, but never been able to devote 8 hours a day to it like I have for the past 3 years.
And from a therapeutic level, because I'll give you an example where I can relate to it, even though I'm not an artist. So dancing is something I do as a hobby. Whenever I go through a tough time, I go dance. And there's some people that started creating something called dance therapy, where you dance as a way to deal with any issues you have in life. And I've experienced this indirectly. Now, you did mention that art could be therapeutic in some ways. How does it work? Do you tune out when you're performing your art, or can you tell us more about this and examples of how art has been therapeutic?
Yeah, that's a great question and something I've thought about a lot, because I don't consider it therapy. I have a therapist, like a lot of people, and that's therapy. But when I make my art, and I make art every day, at least as many hours I can possibly fit in the day with a 2.5-year-old to take care of also. And when I am making art, I become fully immersed in it. It's something that it takes up the entirety of my attention and focus. And about 5 or 6 years ago, in a period of time when I was searching for answers to get out of kind of the dark hole that I was in, I studied with a meditation teacher who was one of the kind of direct descendants of the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and studied with him for over 20 years in Rishikesh. And I spent 3-4 days with him, and he taught me repetitive mantra meditation during that period of time. And at the end of it, after we learned everything, he turned to me and he said, "Now you can either do that, or you can exercise, or you can make art, or you can write, or you can dance, or you can code. All of that is meditation. Anything that requires the fullness of your attention in which you become completely immersed, to me, is meditation. And all meditation in its way is therapy. And that's how it's worked in my life."
This actually, I'm happy I brought this up, because I know Brian, you have a question. But before I give the mic to Brian, I'm happy I brought this up because, when the last 3 days is just a lot of crazy stuff happening in crypto and a lot of people suffering. So what I did, I stayed up 40 hours the first show. Like we did non-stop shows, and we brought up a lot of victims on stage and stuff, and trying to give them a place, a place to be able to express themselves and connect with others going through pain. So them hearing this, I think the timing is right, and having them. So a lot of them spent literally 10, 15 hours on the show with us, and it goes back to the point of having that focus, like having somewhere to focus your attention is a way to tune out the pain. Like when I dance and the music's coming, I'm listening to the music, nothing else matters. I'll give the mic to Brian, but I just wanted to kind of mention that, considering that this has been a focus of ours over the last few days, everyone hurting with the FTX saga.
Yeah, hey, I really appreciate being here. My name is Brian Krasenstein. Some people might know me, but I'm one of the co-founders of NFTZ.me, and I just want to say I love what you're doing. I think it's incredible that you're here and everything you've been through. You've overcome a lot, of course, but I actually own another presidential offspring NFT, the first one ever, and that's Tiffany Trump, which I bought on NFTZ. I just want to ask you, I guess a lot of people probably want to hear from you, see what you're doing. Are you going to stick around Twitter? Are you going to maybe come on other social platforms and share what you're doing, share your ideas, your thoughts, and most importantly, your art and your perspective on things? I'm just curious.
No, the short answer is, number one, thanks for what you said, Mario, and about giving people a space to talk and to and to be in a group, a community that has understanding and that is able to express what they're going through. And I know what you guys are going through. I don't know much about it, but I'm sure it's not been easy. But Brian, I don't have any plans. I've become a great believer in that. You make plans only for them to be broken. And so what I'm focused on, the only thing that I've focused on is my recovery, my art, and my family. And in terms of becoming more engaged in social media and things like that, it's not something that is that I find that I feel a necessity to do right now. I am, in a better place than I think I've ever been in my life, and for me, I think that hopefully the day will come. But but I haven't engaged in it enough to give you a straight answer about when or if that time will ever come.
Yeah, I
Hunter, do you
totally
mind if I
respect that.
do
Thanks.
you mind if I ask a personal question, just so to allow the audience to relate, because we get hundreds of thousands of listeners in the last few days, mainly people going through pain right now, considering the circumstances. So, with your permission, do you mind if I ask a bit of a personal question, maybe a bit of advice to them?
Sure, if I can answer, I will, and if I can't, I'll let you know.
I'll give it a try. So there's, everyone goes through different levels of pain for different reasons. What advice can you give to someone? It's a pretty broad question, but what advice can you give the people that we've had people come up on stage and share their pain to us and other panelists? And it's been pretty heartbreaking. One of the panelists that comes on the show all the time, the main reason he comes in is just to be a voice for those people, considering the circumstances in the space. So what's some advice on how you've been able to deal with the levels of pain you've had throughout your life?
Well, that's a really great question, Maro. And I think that the number one thing is that you're gonna be okay. And it is pain is something that is the universal thing that we all experience. There's no other thing that human beings experience universally, in my opinion, except pain. And pain is not infinite, and the moments are fleeting. And the way that I try to take on life, and it sounds like I know people kind of think it's a trite, but it is, I think, probably the most profound lesson that I've learned is one day at a time. It's just one day at a time. And sometimes it's hard to make it in 1 minute at a time. But if you focus on what you have to be grateful for in the moment that you're in, rather than what happened 10 minutes, 10 days, or 10 years ago, and what could happen 10 minutes from now, 10 days from now, or 10 years from now, that you'll be able to find your way out of what you think is sometimes is something that you'll never be able to overcome. But I promise you will. And I've seen it. I've seen it in myself. I've seen it in the people that I love. I've seen it in people that in recovery and outside of recovery. Is if you just focus on what you have to be grateful for in this moment, a lot of the things that you think that you'll never be able to overcome, you will.
I also, this is Donald Kushner. I also want to add, when you speak about FTX and the debacle that happened recently, I'm old enough to live through the dot-com bubble, and out of the dot-com bubble arose Google, arose Facebook, arose Amazon. So I think it's always the darkest before the dawn, and I think the NFT, metaverse, crypto world will live and breathe another day, and out of this will come, just like it did in the dot-com era, will come a stronger, more involved, and giants giants will arise from these so-called ashes of today. So I think we have to look at the sun rising rather than the sun setting here.
Yeah,
I've always...
Donald, going off of the FTX thing, the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman, was the second largest donor to Democrats this cycle. So, Hunter, I was wondering if you had any insights to what was going on there.
I don't think we want to get into politics with this call. I think that a lot of business leaders in FTX, I think they give to both parties. They're trying to get influence. They're trying to pass bills. But that's not where Hunter's coming from, and it's not where I'm coming from. We can't really speak on the politics of why people support certain people who are running for office and why they don't.
And we've agreed, and Chet, I know you're pretty strict on this, and I agree. Like, to make it even easier for you, Donald, like I'm completely out of the whole picture in terms of politics, which makes my questions more general and completely unrelated to politics, either side. So just going back to the point, there's one quote I've always mentioned, Donald and Hunter, is, and I've always said it to people, like when the world, so it goes both ways. When the world feels like it's falling apart, it probably isn't. But at the same time, when things feel too good to be true, they probably aren't. And I'll give you an example that applies now. Sam Bankman-Fried, he blew up. He became like the poster child of crypto. Everyone looked up to him. He was the go-to person, politicians, everything. And it just seemed too good to be true. And then reality kicked in, and turns out to be a lot of it is just fugazi. And then in other instances, a lot of people right now suffering from this, it feels like the world is coming to an end. We had someone come on stage, and we had Martin Shkreli on stage, who many people love to hate. And he said a story how he went to jail for 4 years, and it wasn't actually that bad for him. But his friend also didn't even go to jail yet. And he was also going to be sentenced for about 4 years, and he ended his own life before that. So Martin Shkreli shared that story yesterday. So it's a good reminder. And if you want to add on to it, Hunter or Donald, because I'm sure, Donald, you've gone through your share of pain. I think we all have. Is that when things feel like that, like everything's falling apart around you? I know it sounds cheesy, but in a way, to an extent, there's nowhere but up. And people that have lost all their money, you're currently in the worst position. Like, it cannot get worse. So there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's sometimes hard, and maybe if you can relate to it on a more personal level, like it's just sometimes hard to see that. And it's important to remind yourself objectively, like, there is a way out. There is a way out. I can't feel it right now. I can't think it right now. I'm kind of relating to my own experiences in 2018. I can't see it right now, but there is a way out. So hopefully that's a kind of a reminder to everyone hurting right now that, if it just can't get worse than it already is in most cases. And if you can go through it, time tends to heal things.
Well, from my perspective, I think Hunt has already shared his personal feelings about his darker days and how he's created a more beautiful environment for himself. And so, from my own personal experience, I all I can say is, from going through the .com era, that I think out of that became huge companies that rose and had huge influence. I mean, Facebook is almost a third of the planet Earth turned into Facebook. So I think the same thing will happen with, the Web3 experience and the Bitcoin experience. And so I'm not a psychologist, and I can't really speak to the FTS debacle the way other people can. So I'm more focused on building this Cryptosaurs AI, and Hunt is more focused on building his art, and his family. So that we can't really comment on the FTX and Sam and whatever he did or didn't know and what he knew and should have known.
Go ahead, Hunter.
Yeah,
go ahead, man.
That I really have no understanding of. I didn't know the name Sam Bankman until a couple days ago. But I do know this, is that I wrote a book called Beautiful Things, and the title comes from something that my brother would say towards the end of his life, and he was became very debilitated by the glioblastoma, and he couldn't fully form sentences or words, but he had a kind of a code with me, and he would say, beautiful things, beautiful things. And I know what he was trying to tell me in my own life towards the end of his, which was, focus on the things that you have, the beautiful things, my family, my children, my art, the things that I'm passionate about, and let the other things go, the things that you cannot change. And So I'm sorry I can't. It's not for lack of caring, but comment directly on what you guys are as a community are going through in terms of this upheaval. I understand it enough because I read the news, but I can promise you that that it every and my grandmother would always say, and she really meant it because she was deeply Irish, which is that there is always a silver lining, and I truly do believe that, and I believe it because that's been the experience in my life.
And how do you think NFT? So, what brought your attention to NFTs? Because obviously, art doesn't have to be an NFT.
Yeah, and for me is that I not only am a painter canvas, I paint on metal, I paint on U-book paper. I've been incredibly influenced by everybody from Hockney to Mark Bradford to people that I actually have gotten to know pretty well, like Gary Baseman and Shepard Fairey. I follow a guy that is South African. My wife is named Terrence. I'm going to butcher the name Mululeki, from Johannesburg. And what I began to do is I began to take the images, my photographic images of my art, and I would create these digital collages of them. And in the same way that putting together a canvas with anything from acrylic to alcohol ink to oil gave me an incredible sense of peace and joy. Creating these digital works, which I'd sometimes collaborate with and create animation from, it's had the same effect. And I guess the thing that the impetus of that was Hockney's works on iPad that I just thought were fascinating, and these studies that he was able to do, and being expressive in a way that I didn't know you could with an iPad. And so that's where now, in terms of the commerce of NFTs, I have to admit I'm completely ignorant, and Donald is trying to at least educate me a little bit. I gotten to know Donald through a friend, and he's he mainly everything that I know about the NFT world is through what he's shown me, the incredible things that he and Mike are doing as it relates to CryptoSource, which is really, really cool. Really cool. So that's going to be kind of my PhD, or I got to get a bachelor's degree in it first to be able to really talk about it. But Donald's trying.
How much do you know about like the crypto side of things, Hunter? Like, how much have you looked into that? What is your experience with it so far? What does it actually look like for you right now?
I'm literally, I'll be completely honest with you, almost zero. And other than as I'm a person out in the world, it's hard not to see the stories about crypto and how it'll impact. And I think that, for instance, in terms of NFTs, I watched what Beeple was able to do, not in terms of the commerce of it, but what he was able to create. One of the things that I thought was just absolutely really fascinating to me was how he created a material piece of art in this last piece that he did, the Walking Man piece, with the constantly changing digital backgrounds. I just thought was very, very cool. And so when I met Donald, I have spent some time just kind of understanding how I could take my digital images, which what I did at first with my digital images was I printed them and on large scale, Fuji metallic photo film and collaged other images into it and also painted on them. But I'm starting to see the opportunities to be able to do other things that I think are really fascinating and creative. And I think also the digital image, the NFT as a concept is something that could be really great for artists in terms of the ownership of their of their work and the continued and the way that they continue to have ownership in their work. I just think that the possibilities are endless. And so in terms of the way in which this disruption in the crypto world impacts that, I don't unfortunately have any real understanding of it because I have no involvement in it. But I agree with Donald. Something beautiful will be born from it. I can guarantee you that.
Do you believe that NFTs and digital art might provide more benefits in that you can share your art with the world in a quicker and a more efficient manner?
Oh, I absolutely do. I absolutely do. And I think that the way in which you can, and this is something, again, I haven't engaged in, but in terms of, social media and the way in which people share, to share in a way that benefits them rather than simply putting it out in the world for other people to do as they want with it. I just think that there's an endless level of opportunities, and it will grow in ways that we can't even imagine right now. I'm sure you guys have spent a lot more time imagining that. I'm much more trying to learn, catch up to the game than.
Yeah, and Hunter, a question for you as
This is
well.
Donald, I think as far as what
go ahead, Don.
to further, I think NFTs can provide artists with through smart contracts with a percentage of their resales, so their heirs in 30, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, if they sold a painting for $500 and it's now worth $5 million, they could participate in some way. So I think that galleries and artists will use NFTs and smart contracts in the future to be able to keep a percentage of their art for their heirs. So I think there's a big future in that, and I think that whole world is just beginning.
And so a question that I have for you, Hunter, as well is, you're represented, of course, by the gallery, the George's Birds Gallery in Soho. In your experience, like with the art galleries and patrons of what you could say is the traditional art scene, how do they view the NFT phenomenon from what you know?
I really don't know because I don't have much contact with the collector side. One of the things that I've had the amazing fortune of in terms of what I'm doing with my art is that I met George by chance through a friend of a friend early in the time in which I was just spending hours and hours and hours painting, like I continue to do. But George came over for coffee with a friend, and I think this was in 2019 at some time, and came down and just looked at my art and said, was just very encouraging about it. And since then, George has been able to handle all of that piece for me. And he's a really, I can't tell you enough how much it means to an artist to have someone that is that has compassion but also is that can be critical without being judgmental.
Cool, man. Chet, do you have any final questions?
I believe my only other question, I guess, because I think some people probably are confused as well. You haven't sold any NFTs at this point, right? That's right, Hunter?
Have you sold any NFTs? You just dropped out. Look, I think he just dropped out. By the way, Chet might have disconnected. But Hunter, I want to just give my final thoughts and a bit of feedback, very openly. First, applaud you for jumping on. Applaud you for jumping on a live show. So as you know, like unlike podcasts and stuff, this is live, and hosting live shows with a big audience is pretty difficult. Obviously, it was a bit difficult for us because we had questions we could ask and couldn't ask, and I tried to be as open as I can and try to stick to the point of NFTs, which we discussed earlier in the metaverse.
To be fair, this is like your Twitter space. Like you're gonna allow him to come on and pump his NFTs. You should at least ask him questions.
I did. Look, man, they just jumped off now, so that gives you an idea of how behind the scenes that was tough. Like they have no idea what has behind the scenes. Is the stress, the pressure. Even Chet faced a lot of pressure was unexpected. We didn't prep for it either. So it seems there's a lot of requirements we had to meet. Fuck, that was so stressful, Chet. That was so fucking stressful, man. I tried to do it, bro, but like usually, man, I'm very open. I ask questions, I debate. It's like a free mic. Anyone could ask any questions. We always let debates happen. But this is the first time where we're like kind of fucking hands tied. These are the questions you ask. You can't ask any other questions. And bro, it was difficult. I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate.
But then why would you have him on to like promote like his art and stuff if like
the goal, yeah. So
Borelli and Richard Hart, the founder of Hex, like go at each other and like speak freely, but then you'll let this dude come on and pump his NFTs and like have.
I agree. I'll be honest. I 100% agree. Like I was chatting to the team. I'm like, guys, like I can't do it. I'm just gonna, and that's when he jumped off. Like you see them jump off because I was just gonna say exactly that. I was just about to open up and say, guys, I'm gonna speak openly, etc. And our hands are tied. It's tough. Like because on one side, there's two sides to it. I'm trying to be objective. On one side, the goal was to be, away from politics. No problem at all. That's fine because it's not a politics show. About NFTs, great. I didn't like the hyping up, the talking about the project, but this is something we do on the show. So if someone brings in a really influential guest, we tell them, all right, you can talk about your project as long as you bring the guest in. But then under these circumstances, it kind of made it very difficult. Plus, I wasn't aware of all the things that like there's a lot of stories that I wasn't aware of that kind of made this significantly more tricky and delicate. But it was fucking tough, man. Like I'll tell you that it was really, really challenging. I think
Mario,
I'm moving forward. I'll come happy about how I handled it.
No,
yeah, I'm glad, bro. I'll tell you.
Mute for half an hour and now we're back.
Yeah, we're back now. We're back. Look, I think I learned a lesson here. I think it's a great learning lesson. Moving forward, I'm always fair. I'm objective, but I'm also the freedom to ask any question and debate openly is what, we started the show based on this thesis, and it's my fault. No, it's my fault. This is all my fault, no one else's. My fault was to accept any guest. I don't care if it's the president next time. Any guest that comes on, that's my rule moving forward. As of today, any guest that comes on from now on has to be ready to be able to answer any fucking question we decide to ask. There's no pre-prepped questions, nothing at all. Every person has to be able to, to answer anything without being ready for it. Also, I want to add that, the discussions with Hunter's team, and by the way, I'm very.
Mario, you muted yourself, mate. Okay, Mario.
Yeah, it's constantly muting.
Chat just fell off as well.
It looks like Mario keeps self-muting.
You
Like
might
back and
need
forth.
to change your phone, mate. Okay, whilst Mario deals with that, I'll just speak to what Mario is saying. I think it's, as someone who's hosted political podcasts or does, politicians are a very, unique animal. They often are quite, you have to treat them differently to artists or celebrities who, are much more free-flowing in their thoughts. Politicians are always wary of, the backlash that you get. And because politics is obviously about people's lives or more difficult issues, hosting them is just a different beast. So I thought it was quite an interesting discussion. I thought Cher's point about, raising his own project was a bit, and I wasn't impressed that they just both bounced. Maybe it was a technical issue, but I think it was a bit disappointing that they sort of both just disappeared, to be honest, without saying goodbye or anything. But
no, hold on. I'm just getting messages. I'm getting messages that they didn't leave. Someone's asking me, why did we remove them? What the fuck is happening? Yeah, they didn't actually. Yeah, I am. But they didn't actually leave the stage, which is really weird.
Well, we can't see them though, so I don't know what that's about.
They more Twitter glitching.
Yeah. I think Twitch.
Yes, from what I'm hearing from their team, they did not leave. It appears they got taken off the stage somehow.
Yeah, that's happened.
Who's muting me?
That's happened to me.
Who's muting?
Mario,
it's a glitch. It's a glitch, Mario.
That's why I started talking, because you're having an issue. Maybe try changing your phone.
Yeah, change the phone again.
Sorry, Chet. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try to bring up Mike Bonifer, who wants to talk on stage right now as well about this. Let me bring him up, Bonifer, as well, just to provide some more clarity and insight into this situation.
Testing. It's fucked up.
Okay, we can hear you now, Mario.
Is working.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear you.
It's crazy that hopefully it doesn't mute again. The time. This is weird. It's never had this issue. I also wanna mention that for anyone listening, like everything is live and like you're watching everything live. There's no behind the scenes. There's nothing. So yeah, it's.
I hope
pretty
Elon Musk
interesting
fixes
experiment
Twitter
with this.
Spaces because, like, I love the medium and like it's such an amazing place to talk to people. But, like, for example, on this stream, I've been kicked as a speaker and lost connection like 5 times. It's quite frustrating. I hope they really fix it, and I'm sure you feel the pain too, Mario, because you've dealt with these issues basically every day. But they really need
Man,
to.
it glitched on Elon when Elon Musk was on stage. It glitched for him as well.
I think that
muted
proves
him.
the point.
Well, Spaces are inherently glitchy. I mean, it's an add-on to Twitter, and the whole team's been fired, as far as I was told. So, if you have a space of over 10,000 people, or 60,000, as it was on when Musk was here, that's gonna test the limits of the system. So,
but I want to do something
about like the difference between a politician and like an artist, and like how you can like treat them, like the questions and stuff. He's literally calling himself an artist. Like, isn't that the whole thing? Like, he's coming here to shill his art, not as a politician, as an artist. So if he's coming here as an artist to shill his NFTs, we should be able to ask him like simple questions.
Fair point. I wanna actually sorry, go ahead, Chet.
Well, I just want to make the point that he doesn't have any NFTs. This is something that is.
Oh yeah, Hunter. Yeah, so
he doesn't have any
good
NFTs.
point.
How could he be shilling something he does not selling? That doesn't make any
so
sense.
Hunter doesn't, but the other gentleman does.
Yes, the other gentleman did, but the other gentleman briefly talked about it. He's a former director of Tron, or producer of Tron, rather, and someone who in a normal day we would absolutely love to have had on this space. So I'm actually quite surprised to hear that
I want to do.
Donald Kushner being here.
I want to do something quickly. Anyone putting the hand up, I want to put everything down, and I want people to come up that will give me a hard time. I actually want to be challenged and ball busted. Let's see if I'm going to make a mistake.
Hey, Mario, this is Mike Mongo. And before everybody gives you a hard time, I get to acknowledge this powerful space that you created. Like having Hunter Biden, like you just transformed Web3 in front of everybody's eyes. Like we all got to be part of that. Like this was like hearing that person, that legendary person, that person that we hear in the news, that name that is just like some sort of like we talk about Santa or we talk about the Loch Ness Monster. It's just mythological, but you brought them to life and they showed up the way they showed up. And then there was technical difficulties. It's Twitter Spaces. We're all used to that. That was an amazing, like, okay, so they were talking about their NFTs. I got to see a human being being a human being. And that was as powerful an experience as I've ever had on Twitter Spaces. And I got to get up here on stage and acknowledge you all for putting that together.
Yo, I gotta go. Should I keep this space going and you guys can stay here and listen? There's gonna be other people talking, or should I just completely kill the space? Let me know. I gotta leave for about an hour, but I can keep it going. Let me know what I should do.
What some people are trying to say here as well. Can you hear me, Mike?
Bon. It's Bon. Yeah.
Mike Bonifer.
Bon or Mike? Oh, Mike. Yeah. Where's Mike?
Oh, so what was the question?
There you are.
No, we have another mic. There's 2 mics.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mario asked for a hard time, so I'm going to give it to him. I'm Donald Kushner's partner in Cryptosaurs, and I worked with Chet to set this up. And I have not heard anybody thrown under the bus the way you, because of a glitch on your system that knocked Donald and Hunter off the network, go so quickly dark and put the blame on somebody that had no control over what happened and quickly construct a narrative. This is part of the bullshit that goes on. You build a narrative that had no basis in truth. Chet and I worked a long time to put this interview together. Hunter is somebody who does not want to talk about politics because he's not a politician. He's an artist. And we took a look at the stream of vitriol that came when you put the promo up on your Twitter feed, and it was thousands of people shit talking Hunter Biden. So we have to put constraints on this. I've been working on presenting talent to the world for a long time. I was the publicist on Tron. I wrote the book, The Art of Tron. Donald Kushner and I go back 40 years. And what we've got is a legitimate art and entertainment project that's going to be backed by NFTs and a community. And what Hunter is an artist.
I want to agree with you. But first, can you hear? Sorry, yes. It just glitched on your end. I want to actually agree with you. I both points you made, I agree 100%, believe it or not. I think the criticism is very fair. The first point you made is I jumped to conclusions. Now, I'm completely against, number one, misinformation. Number two, people making an assumption and treating it as reality. And I actually did that. You're right. It's very unusual for two people to get kicked off at the same time. It happens, though. So I assumed that based on that, and that's my mistake. So I'm correcting it. And I corrected it as soon as Chet told me. So I really apologize for making that assumption. It was just a very odd and unusual. And so you're right there, and I'm really sorry. And the second point you made, not only Mr. Kushner has every right to talk about his NFT project, and that's happened. Are you still there, sir? Yes, I thought you jumped out as well. So Mr. Kushner has every right to talk about his NFT project. And this show, what everyone doesn't understand is this show, and today's Tuesday, I think it's Tuesday. Tuesday is the NFT show day. So for everyone that doesn't know, this was a Tuesday NFT show, Thursday crypto show. On Tuesdays, we talk about NFT projects, and people come up on stage and discuss NFT projects. So what happened is in the last few days, this
oh Jesus,
we just lost you there, Mario. Your microphone.
You might have to start space again, mate. Yeah, your mic's turning on and off again.
I'd really like to reset. Yeah. I would like Mario to reset and to end this thing on an up note, because our note was optimistic. I thought Hunter was brilliant. I thought he was just, wonderfully human and emotional, and talked about what he's passionate about, and talked about a very difficult time in his life that his art has seen him through. And I think that's,
I agree with you. As someone who's not in this space as much as everybody else, I was really listening with interest about what is making him do this journey or make this switch, and I thought it was very, very informative. And it's annoying that we've had this misunderstanding over the glitch. Even now, Mario's trying to unmute, and it's a problem. So I appreciate that for sure, and I appreciate Chet for coming up and making that clarification.
Yeah, and fucking piece of shit Twitter. Sorry, guys.
I think you should start the space again, mate. To be honest, maybe just reset your phone.
Yes, let's just kind of just close it down for here. I mean, for on the note that we had. So we had, of course,
on a positive note.
Yeah, we had So Bonifer, first of all, I'd like you to give me just a little bit more of your, before we close it out, I'd like you to give me a little bit more of your experience in working with Donald Kushner, and how things like that have gone with you as well. And just what brought you as well to this moment where we're at, and then we'll kind of close it out if you'd like that.
I'll give you two things real quick. One is, as I said, I go back to Tron. It was my first job in the entertainment business. I was responsible for telling the world about computer-generated imagery when there was only one story that contained it. And I feel that after all this time, our friendship means a lot, our collaboration means a lot, and I feel like AI and what's going on rhymes up with the excitement that we felt back in the Tron days about CG. And Disney missed the derivatives that came out of Tron, the two biggest ones being Blue Sky Animation, which Fox acquired, which produced the Ice Age films, and Pixar, which everybody knows about. Combined revenue, those two production companies in the $13-14 billion. And Disney, because they work with confined derivatives, which I think you'll find most of the big brands, the big entertainment brands do, was protecting Pencil Animation, was protecting the franchise, and they didn't have the peripheral vision. I believe that today, a new studio like the virtual studio we're building is going to capture those derivatives. We don't know where they're going to come from. The outcomes are not known, even though our objectives are. Most of the outcomes cannot be known. So what we do in terms of storytelling is we use what we call quantum storytelling. It's been a body of work that's been developed over the past 25 years by theorists and academics. This is the first real commercial application in the entertainment space of quantum storytelling. And essentially, it's the science of how and why stories form in networks, how they affect behaviors, and how they're likely to shape the future. It's not a deterministic model. It's nonlinear. It's not cause and effect. It's a probabilistic model. So the way we look at what Donald called the vectors is we make small bets. In a time of uncertainty, the only strategy that makes sense is aggregating small bets that are thematically aligned. And storytelling is the way to do that, but you can't do it with linear storytelling. We're not making a movie, a streaming series. We're setting the conditions for as many story derivatives to come out of this world as possible. So that's the nature of Cryptosaurs. It's cryptosaurs.ai.
Yo, fuck Cryptosaurs. Fuck your dinosaurs. Fuck your bullshit ass NFTs. That shit is fucking whack. Nobody gives a fuck about your stupid ass dinosaurs. Your NFT project is fucking whack. Ain't nobody buying your whack ass shit. Guys, this just in, Russia is bombing Ukraine and 2 missiles just hit Poland. And Poland just set up a emergency meeting. So let's switch this shit up, all right? Yeah, bro, this is crazy. Let me do this. Check this out, guys. Polish premier calls urgent meeting of National Security Committee. Warsaw, Polish Prime Minister has called an urgent meeting of Committee for National Security of Defense. The government spokesman said on Twitter, the committee, which consists of cabinet. Russia rains missiles across Ukraine. Signs emerge of further retreat. Flames pour out of the block of Kiev. Here's Russia cities across Ukraine on Tuesday after its humiliating withdrawal. Even as signs grow and turn forward, we're pulling even further back. So it looks like Russia withdrew from Kherson and they started bombing the shit out of Poland. Russian missiles, Poland. Strikes put Ukrainian dark missiles cross into Poland. Russia pounded Ukraine's energy facilities on Tuesday with its biggest barrage of missiles yet, striking more. Guys, I got to go on YouTube to check this out, guys. 1 second. Let me just stop this. Let me share this. Start sharing screen, Chrome tab, YouTube. Let's switch this to the Adam Bergman Show, Russia. 1 second.
Well, joining me now, Defence and Security Analyst Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, I want to talk to you about those airstrikes because we're learning a bit more about the fallout from them. The president saying around 85 has struck across the country. And in terms of the damage they're doing, talk to us about what we know, what's coming out of Ukraine today.
Yes, I mean, this is just the same as the Russians did when the Kerch Strait Bridge was hit. 2 days later, about 100 airstrikes, missiles and drones all across the country. This looks to be about the same sort of level in places that we know of so far, Lviv, Zhytomyr, Kiev, Kharkiv, going for critical infrastructure, but also quite a lot of civilian sites. They don't kill so many people, but they certainly dehouse a lot of people. And it's revenge, because that's what the Kremlin wants to show. But it's also part of the domestic argument in Russia. It's to give the Russians some sense that the war is going on, is vigorous, even though the news from Kherson is quite bad. So it's partly a distraction technique as well.
And just looking over the border of Ukraine into Moldova, we're hearing about large power outages in Moldova. That news just coming into us this afternoon, which gives you a sense of obviously how the region is so linked and the danger, not just to Ukraine, but further afield as well.
It is. Moldova has in it a breakaway region that's not declared itself breakaway yet, Transnistria, with a Russian minority. It was the headquarters of the old 14th Army in the Red Army days. Moldova is a very, I don't want to call it unstable, but its stability is always in some doubt.
Major Russian airstrikes across Ukrainian cities, including the capital, Kyiv. Ukrainian officials say at least 85 missiles have targeted the country's energy infrastructure. Ukraine is reporting widespread power outages now. This Russian barrage of airstrikes started, of course, after Ukraine took back the city of including the capital.
Guys, sorry, I'm switching my
Ukrainian
internet.
officials say
One
at least
second.
85 missiles have targeted the country's energy infrastructure. Ukraine is reporting widespread power outages now. This Russian barrage of airstrikes started, of course, after Ukraine took back the city of Kherson last week.
The Ukrainian Air Force says about 100 Russian missiles have been fired at cities across Ukraine, hitting Kyiv, Kharkiv, Lviv, as well as others. Officials say the country is bracing for more attacks. And air raid alerts can be heard throughout Ukraine. The country's foreign minister says this is Moscow's answer to the issue of peace talks. CNN's Sam Kiley is live from Kryvyi Rih. One of the cities targeted, Nick Robertson, is in the newly liberated city of Kherson. Good to have you both with us. Sam, I want to start with you. One of the regions that was struck by this barrage of missiles. What more can you tell us?
Well, Linda, the widespread campaign across this country, excuse me, is something close to what we saw, excuse me, back in October, when the infrastructure in the country was hit very, very hard with attacks against electrical power generating areas in particular. That seems to have been repeated, particularly in Kharkiv. In Kyiv, though, the capital, some residential buildings have been hit with at least one person reported dead there. There's also been reports of explosions in Lviv, in Mykolaiv. So from the far north of the country to the far south, and here in the middle of the country in Kryvyi Rih, we've also been attacked. According to the local authorities, they've seen off, they believe, most of the missiles. We have heard some very loud explosions. We're not yet sure whether that's outgoing or incoming. Here in Kryvyi Rih, the atmosphere, I have to say, is one of considerable defiance, effectively, with the population largely ignoring the demands from their authorities that they take cover in shelters. But that advice has gone out from the governor in Mykolaiv right through to the governor in Kharkiv and elsewhere in the country. And as far as the authorities are concerned, this has been perhaps the worst, or the second worst, salvo and attempt to break the back of the power generating, the energy infrastructure of this country, which as winter is now setting in, of course, affects not just the power supply, but the water supply, and of course, ultimately heating, particularly in cities like Kherson, where they've already been very badly hammered and are struggling to get their power supplies back up in any way at all. Linda?
You, Sam, and I do want to go to our Nick Robertson, who is in Kherson, the newly liberated city. As Sam was saying, a city already dealing with power outages, and now this barrage of missile strikes, which has not only hit residential buildings, but also infrastructure. What more are you learning about the number of strikes?
An attack.
Major Russian airstrikes.
It doesn't look like it was officially announced yet. However, Russian missiles, Poland. Share screen. Strikes put Ukraine, missiles cross into Poland right here. Russian pounded Ukraine. Officials said missiles crossed into Poland, where 2 people were killed. A defiant U.S. president. Sorry, you guys can't see. Right here. It says that it in Poland, right here. So it does say that it went into Poland. Also Moldova. Wow. Okay. I don't know what the heck is going on with my internet. Russian missiles kills 2 in NATO member Poland. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Firefighters are on the spot. It's not clear what happened. Moscow launched a large number. That's crazy. No, it's not a false flag. 2 missiles hit, 2 killed, 2 people in Poland. 2 people in Poland killed. Yeah, they crossed into Poland. U.S. official. Russian missiles crossed into Poland, killing 2. A senior U.S. intelligence official says Russian missiles crossed over into NATO member Poland. A senior U.S. intelligence official spoke on conditional anonymity. Polish government spokesman says crisis. They're holding an emergency meeting for crisis situation. Polish media reported. This is crazy, guys. Fire to middle. We're working. We'll restore everything. That's crazy. Urgent defense meeting. Bro, that's so freaking messed up, guys. Let me change the freaking screen let me change the screen saver. That's crazy. What do you think is going to happen now, guys? What do you think happens now? I'm sorry, I'm just making a freaking oh boy. NATO involved, Palantir. I don't know. Article 5 NATO. Yeah, they're talking about it right now. They're talking about it right now. I'm just putting a screensaver. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm just changing my thumbnail. Let's see what else there is. Guys, I have no idea what's about to happen. I have no idea. I'm going to cover this right now live. I don't know what's about to happen, but yeah, man. This is definitely nothing good, right? This is definitely nothing good. Let me see if I can find something else. 1 second. I'm just changing my screen, my thumbnail. Give me 1 moment. I'm going to keep looking. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just change my thumbnail. Switch. Sorry about that. Okay, let me keep going over the news. I'm very, very sorry about that. Let me find some more stuff to read. That's crazy. Let's see. Russian missiles killed 2 NATO member Poland. U.S. intelligence officials say. Polish Prime Minister called urgent meeting. Where's the meeting? I don't see any tweets from this guy. Okay. Firefighters are on the spot. Let's go back. What else can we find? Okay. Yo, these stupid freaking ads is freaking insane. Let me go to Wall Street Journal. Okay, I'm trying to find something. U.S. strikes Ukrainian cities with missiles that retreat from Kherson. Okay, I'm trying to find some news, guys. I'm trying to find the news. I'm sorry. I'm really trying hard to find some news.
Of Russian troops amassing on the eastern front in the Donbas region for another assault there. Either way, whether it is in the east or in the south, as in Kherson, it is civilians who are facing the brunt of it. They are at risk of their lives. They are ducking into underground shelters. Air raid sirens are going up all the time. And all the time, when there is no assault and no attack, people are suffering the consequences of power cuts in the cold, and this is disrupting lives right across the country. The timing of this new barrage of attacks on Ukrainian cities is incredible. It comes just as Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov sits in Bali facing a barrage of criticism from world leaders for doing exactly this. In this new assault, Russian missiles have struck a number of cities right across the country. That includes Kiev. A building block has been on fire just next to the Maidan, which is at the heart of the city. Lviv, further north, has been hit. All over the country, electricity stations have been hit, and electricity power supply.
Two people. Russia launching a major missile attack in cities all across Ukraine, and now reports that a missile crossed into NATO territory, killing 2 people in Poland. Our senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot is live in Kiev. And What do we know about this report from Poland, and what are the potential implications?
John, this is the huge, significant event that we're just tracking in just the last couple of minutes. According to a senior U.S. official and according to reports on the ground, a Russian missile fired from somewhere off of Ukraine went into Ukraine airspace, but then veered into eastern Poland and actually hit a target, not a target, but a site in eastern Poland, killing 2 people. This is the first time something like this has happened. This triggers all sorts of questions about what the reaction could be from NATO. I think we all know now about that Article 5 of NATO, that any attack on an ally of the United States, of a NATO member, would trigger some kind of response from NATO. So again, breaking news just about the last 10 minutes or so. We are tracking it. We'll give you more as we know about it. But yes, let's talk about this huge barrage of missiles that hit Ukraine today, the biggest barrage of this entire war. We heard a few hours ago the air raid sirens. We heard explosions. Take a look at what we saw. What happened is a Russian missile was flying over this residential area. It was shot by Ukrainian air defenses. Some fragments hit that building, caused a hole, caused a lot of damage, and then pieces of that missile fell down into the street. You can see it right here being taken away by officials. Incredible stuff. That fire raged in the building for a long time. 1 person was killed, 1 person injured. We were at the scene. We can't believe the casualty toll wasn't higher. All told, according to officials here, over 90 missiles were fired by Russia today in the direction of Ukraine from all sides. Ukraine says it shot down around 70, but the rest got through. Once again, those hitting power stations and other parts of the electric grid here, and that's knocked out power all over. Millions tonight here in Kyiv and across the country are without electricity. The president's office here said it was Russia's response to Zelensky's video message to the G20 summit today, demanding that Russia withdraw all of its troops from Ukraine, all of its borders be restored. Others think it might have just been payback for that spectacular retaking by Ukraine of the Russian-held city of Kherson. But again, back to the breaking news that we're following here, John and Sandra, potentially immensely significant. It looks like one of those missiles, according to a U.S. official, which Associated Press is reporting, we do not have this yet confirmed from Polish authorities. It seems like one of those Russian missiles strayed across the border between Ukraine and Poland, hit a site in Poland, apparently just a civilian site there, but killing 2 people. We understand the Polish government is in emergency session now taking a look at this. We'll be watching it as the day develops. Back to you guys.
So thinking about the potential repercussions of the missiles straying into Polish territory, Poland is a NATO member. NATO has something called Article 5. An attack against one is an attack against all. Is this something that could potentially rise to Article 5 level, or do you think this is something that will be contained just within the Polish government? There'll be a strong response toward Russia, not much else.
We can't predict that at this point, John, but certainly throughout this entire war and prior to this war, prior to February 24th, that has been the risk. That has been the danger that the U.S. and NATO allies have been very concerned about. NATO has been worked hard to prevent this war from happening, essentially because of this kind of danger. And it has flatly stated before and during this war that if Russia decided to intentionally attack any NATO ally, there would be a NATO response. And frankly, according to the NATO charter, John, that could be very strong. Is this an intentional attack? Is this a mistake? We will see again in the next hours. We're waiting for a response from NATO as well, how the alliance handles this. Back to you.
All right, our great.
The problem is this: if NATO doesn't attack, then they're going to be perceived as weak, and then Putin's going to keep pushing. But if NATO does attack, this could literally be World War III. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, guys. Like, I have goosebumps. I don't think people understand how the level of severity here, the magnitude here that's coming out. But this is not normal, guys. This is definitely not normal. It's very, very scary. This is not a joke. This is serious. This is very, very serious.
The AP, citing a senior U.S. intelligence official, has confirmed that a Russian missile or missiles crossed into Poland in a border town, and there are reports that some people near a grain elevator were killed. So the headline is the AP citing a U.S. intelligence official. Now, separately, a senior or the senior spokesperson for the Polish government on Twitter a short time ago in Polish, but it's easy to translate, coming out and saying that the National Security Ministry of Poland has convened an emergency meeting. That's what we know at the time, and that did appear to move markets at least briefly. As these headlines continue to cross, we will bring them to you. We are watching Europe, we're watching natural gas, we're watching oil, we're watching it all. We're back right after this.
All right, let's see markets.
Hi everyone, you may or may not have seen that 2 Russian missiles have allegedly missed their targets, hit a farm in Poland, and killed 2
hold on, I'll
Polish
do
citizens.
this 1 second. Let me find it 1 second. Map of Russian missile strikes Poland. Give me 1 second. After missile strikes, given 20 meetings,
I absolutely hated pricking my fingers.
You get these calluses and these sores.
Pick a finger, you know. Which one you're gonna hurt today? Once I was able to use Dexcom, I could simply monitor on my phone, and I didn't have to prick.
I'm not relying on a finger stick.
We are aware of the press reports alleging that 2 Russian missiles have struck a location inside Poland near the Ukraine border. I can tell you that we don't have any information at this time to corroborate those reports and are looking into this further. And so when we do have an update to provide, we'll be sure to do so.
This is going to be irritating, but I know you said you don't have any information on the Russian strikes. Is there any suggestion or sense that the U.S. believes this is not accurate? Are you looking into it? Can you give us just some sense of whether or not these reports are deemed believable, and what, if any, calls may be happening right now?
Yeah, thanks very much, Lita. So as I mentioned, right now, we are aware of the press reporting on this. We have no information at this time to corroborate those reports, but again, are taking them seriously and looking into them. And so I will make sure that we provide you with any updates as soon as we have them. Do you have a follow-up, Lita?
Just one quick sort of unrelated follow-up to that. Do you have any estimate on the number of Russian troops that are currently in Ukraine? Is it 100,000, fewer than 100,000? Can you give us any sense of that? That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lita. I don't have any numbers to provide from the podium here. Clearly, tens of thousands of Russian forces still on Ukrainian territory, to include Russian forces that have recently been mobilized. We've seen an increase of those forces being sent to the front lines as replacements recently, but no overall number that I'm able to provide. Thank you.
Oh boy, let's see what else we have over here. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing a live for a very, very, very long time. Okay, let's see. YouTube. You gotta love me hustling, right? I got mad lives going. Russian missiles.
For that fun news, we're going to begin in Ukraine, where officials say a barrage of Russian attacks on the power grid has left the nation in a critical situation.
Airstrikes are being reported across the country, including in the capital city of Kyiv. The city's mayor says 2 residential buildings were hit by Russian missiles, and he's warning people to take shelter. Officials say air defense shot down several missiles around Ukraine, but they warn more attacks could still be coming.
CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay joins us with more from Dnipro, Ukraine. Chris, tell us what's happening there in Dnipro, and what are you hearing from other cities there in central Ukraine?
Hi, Lily and Lana. Well, as you can see, it's very dark here in Dnipro. That's because, like the rest of the country, it's experiencing rolling blackouts. And now, after the latest strikes, there are entire cities that have been cut off from power. According to the energy minister of Ukraine, this is the most massive strike on Ukraine's energy infrastructure since the beginning of the war, which is saying something. For several months now, Russia has been targeting the sources of energy, substations around the country. And this one seems to be specifically timed as retaliation for the recent liberation of the city of Kherson, where we were up until this morning. That was the biggest regional, it is the only regional capital that Russia had managed to capture throughout this entire war. Really, it's only crowning achievement since this war began. And Ukraine just snatched it from the jaws of defeat. So Russia is clearly reeling and has apparently used these strikes as an opportunity to punish Ukraine.
You know, Chris, it just feels like such a tone shift. Yesterday, we heard Volodymyr Zelensky talk about the beginning of the end of the war. Everything seemed more optimistic, and today it's just so heartbreaking to see these residential buildings hit. He addressed the G20 leaders, which he calls G19, not to include Russia, earlier via video conference. What are the key takeaways from that speech?
Right, as you mentioned, he said it should be called the G19 because Russia shouldn't even be included in the G20. And I'm also glad you mentioned residential buildings have been struck in these strikes, because Russia can say it's attacking energy infrastructure, but then it's very easy for them to claim that it was an accident when it struck residential buildings, even when those residential buildings are nowhere near any of the energy infrastructure. So let's just get that straight. Look, I think the key takeaway from President Zelensky's speech at the G20 was that he's ready for peace, but that it's Russia that has to actually speak with its actions and not with its words, because by now, and this is Zelensky speaking, Russia's words are not credible whatsoever. This is a country that said it wasn't going to invade up until the time it did invade. Russia also said that it was willing to negotiate peace if Ukraine was a neutral country in terms of NATO. Well, it already was a neutral country in terms of NATO before the invasion. So President Zelensky is simply saying Russia needs to now actually do something if it wants Ukraine to come to the negotiation table. And for it to do something, that would be to stop bombing civilian areas, stop striking Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and to remove its troops from Ukrainian territory.
All right, Chris, thank you for staying on top of all of this. Stay safe.
Guys, give me a second. I'm trying to find some updates.
President Biden met with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia.
For that fun news,
Guys, I'm trying to get articles as we're talking, so just bear with me, please. I am trying to get you guys news.
And this is damaging.
The G20 summit continues in Indonesia. The leader many of them wanted to hear from, though, wasn't on hand. Instead, he spoke virtually.
Не дамо Росії перечекати.
That's the president of Ukraine calling for Russia's destructive war on his country to stop. Vladimir Zelensky says he will not allow Russia to wait it out, build up its forces, and then start a new series of terror. He's also asking the G20 leaders to make Russia abandon its nuclear threats.
Joining me right now is the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
The G20 summit continues.
Ukraine liberated the city of Kherson, routing and driving out Russian troops. But this morning, the victors are standing on bread lines for handouts. In Kherson's main square, word of mouth spread quickly that food is available while it lasts. This is the harsh reality after the elation of victory. Ukrainians can't afford reconstruction, especially now during the war. But now, efforts are underway to get Russia to pay for the damage it caused. A contentious vote at the UN held Russia responsible for damage and deaths in Ukraine and called for an international mechanism to be established for the payment of reparations.
Accounts of atrocities committed by Russians in the occupied territories, murder, rape, torture, forced deportation, looting, they all speak for themselves. It is time to hold Russia accountable.
Some U.S. officials have said seized Russian funds and assets, including yachts from oligarchs allegedly tied to the Kremlin, should go to Ukraine. Russian officials said the UN vote has no legal basis. China voted against it.
Абсолютно всі.
President Zelensky accused Russia of deliberately destroying Ukraine's infrastructure and said all those
Can you send me the link for the Polish press conference?
Ukraine.
Does anybody have a link to that? Yeah, please find it. I'm gonna do it live. That would be great. Thank you. Ha!
Come on, man.
This
I'm
guy
at
meets
the
Kevin is freaking
pool
late,
and
bro.
now
This guy is late. I beat him.
we potentially got to go to World War.
Shared on PDW. What's PDW?
Thank you very much for joining us this evening. It is Thursday, the 15th of November, and we have now had confirmed reports from the Associated Press as well as a senior US intelligence official confirming the fact that 2 Russian missiles have hit a location in Poland, killing 2 Polish citizens. This has just literally in the last few minutes been released. There have been pictures of from the scene showing a vehicle and a large crater, and the emergency services are attending the location. But it has been confirmed that 2 Polish citizens have been killed in Russian airstrikes. We can presume that they were part of the large Russian missile attacks, quite immoral, on cities and locations across the Ukraine, which were intended to cripple the country by destroying the energy infrastructure. We have heard that the Ukrainian city of Lviv, located in the western part of the country, was hit with multiple attacks, and over 80% of the city is about energy. But this is the shocking news. The Russian missiles have landed in Poland. We can presume by mistake. The location itself is just
So this is from CNN, guys. This just came out. It says Estonia says reports of missile or rocket landing inside Poland is most concerning. The Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed concerns about reports of the 2 missile strikes. Latest news from Poland. Polish government officials say national security meeting was called due to emergency situation. The government spokesperson in Poland says a meeting of national security officials Tuesday night was called due to emergency situation. He added that details would be released after the meeting. The meeting follows reports that 2 missiles landed on a farm in eastern Poland near the Ukrainian border. A Polish official told CNN nothing was confirmed yet. Investigations are going to go. The Pentagon says that the U.S. is aware of the reports striking fucking ads. The U.S. is aware of this. The U.S. Okay, this is where it hit right here, guys. You wanted to know where it hits? This is the place right here. So this is Ukraine. Okay. And it hit literally right here. So this is Russia. This is Russia right here. And it hit right here. Two missiles or rockets reported have hit a farm in Poland near the border with Ukraine. 2 people were killed. Polish media showed an image of a deep impact upturned farm vehicle at the site in the town of, okay, let's see. This is it right here. This is it right here. A suspected missile crater in Przeworsk, whatever that's called, in Poland. This is it right here. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys watching. Now, let's see what else people are saying. This is freaking nuts. War 3 hours ago. Russian strikes Ukraine cities, missiles as retreat from Kherson. Russian news. Let's see. Russian. All right, guys, there you go. Stop screen, share screen, Chrome tab.
Needs to defend its sovereignty from further Russian aggression. Additional information will be forthcoming. And finally, Secretary Austin will depart Friday for a trip to Canada, Indonesia, and Cambodia. In Nova Scotia, he will deliver keynote remarks at the 2022 Halifax International Security to what you it's like Al-Shabaab.
I think this happened before.
Right, and
I
Tom.
think this happened before.
What you said tomorrow, they may talk about some winter supplies for the Ukrainians. And last week when Sabrina briefed, you mentioned that there was supplies for winter there. Could you at some
prayers? And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill. Americans face 21, including
needs to defend its sovereignty from further Russian aggression. Additional information will be forthcoming. And finally, Secretary Austin will depart Friday.
Well, joining me now, Defence and Security Analyst Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, I want to talk to you about those airstrikes because we're learning a bit more about the fallout from them. The president saying around 85 has struck across the country. And in terms of the damage they're doing, talk to us about what we know, what's coming out of Ukraine today.
Yes, I mean, this is just the same as the Russians did when the Kerch Strait Bridge was hit. 2 days later, about 100 airstrikes, missiles and drones all across the country. This looks to be about the same sort of level in places that we know of so far, Lviv, Zhytomyr, Kiev, Kharkiv, going for critical infrastructure, but also quite a lot of civilian sites. They don't kill so many people, but they certainly dehouse a lot of people. And it's revenge, because that's what the Kremlin wants to show. But it's also part of the domestic argument in Russia. It's to give the Russians some sense that the war is going on, is vigorous, even though the news from Kherson is quite bad. So it's partly a distraction technique as well.
Just looking over the border of Ukraine into Moldova, we're hearing about large power outages in Moldova. That news just coming into us this afternoon, which gives you a sense of obviously how the region is so linked and the danger, not just to Ukraine, but further afield as well.
It is. Moldova has in it a breakaway region that's not declared itself breakaway yet, Transnistria. Transnistria with a Russian minority. It was the headquarters of the old 14th Army in the Red Army days. Moldova is a very, I don't want to call it unstable, but its stability is always in some doubt. And what happens in Ukraine really affects Moldova. And it's not surprising that their infrastructure is so linked. Life is tough in Moldova as it is. And they're right on the edge of a war zone. It's not doing them any good at all.
Yeah, and they're feeling the effects of those airstrikes and, you know, as you said, the targeting of critical infrastructure. Let's talk about Kherson and obviously the retreat of Russian troops there. But where do those troops go? Talk to us about what's happening around Kherson and further afield.
Yes, I mean, Kherson itself, the Russians got about 30,000 troops out of the area, and they did it pretty well, clandestinely at night on civilian vehicles. They had civilian buses, military buses going in convoys. It looked as if they're getting civilians out, but they weren't. They were getting military out alongside them. They did it really rather cleverly. They seem to have got most of the 30,000 out. My guess is they want to send most of those troops up to the Donbass, where they will make some difference, because these are quite good troops that they had there. And my guess is that they will want to try to hold this position on the east bank of the Dnieper River while they send the bulk of troops up to where the fighting is now really fierce in the Donbass. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians have crossed to the south side of the river. We didn't think that they would at this stage, but they're keeping going. And so they've landed, we know now, on the Kinburn Peninsula, and they're moving along the Kinburn Peninsula. And the Russians look as if they're putting up a defense west of Rybalche. The Ukrainians, we know, are in Hirosky, and so somewhere on that narrow neck of land, only about 4 kilometers wide, there is now a battle going on. And also, the Russians expect the Ukrainians to try to cross onto the south side at Novokakhovka. That looks like a pretty big thing. If they do, that's a big operation if they make it, but the Russians certainly think they're going to try. So the Ukrainians are keeping the battle going. They're not sitting on their laurels. They're trying to pressurize Russian forces to get them to pull back even further, get them out of artillery range of the city of Kherson for a start. And there are all sorts of rumors going on about what's happening in between Novokakhovka and the Kinburn Peninsula. And I think in the next 48 hours, we'll hear a lot more about what's going on along that river.
Yeah, a lot going on in the region around Kherson. In Kherson itself, mooted celebrations with his esteemed President Zelensky in there, some sense of relief, but it's the Donbass that we're looking at as well. You mentioned the Donbass region, and while there is some sense of celebration in Kherson, I mean, far from it in the Donbass.
Yeah. You know, when he was celebrating in Kherson, I mean, President Zelensky, I thought he had the 1,000-yard stare of warfare. I mean, people talk about this, the 1,000-yard stare that soldiers develop. And that's what he had. And he said, it is hell in the Donbass. And he's not wrong, because there is fighting going on all along this front. The Russians are pushing really hard at places like Marivka, at Pavlivka near to there, at Bakhmut. The Wagner group have been launching endless attacks on Bakhmut. And these are almost human wave attacks. They're just putting convicts, in the case of the Wagner group, and mobilized soldiers in the front line. The reserves are behind them with instructions to shoot them if they pull back or they withdraw. And the real battle is going on between Svatove and Kreminna, because the Ukrainians are determined to take this P66 highway, which is critical for reasons that you can see as you see it on the map. And the Ukrainians are quite close to actually taking that highway, more or less in the middle between Svatove and Kreminna, and to take both places. But they haven't managed it yet. And the Russians are fighting tooth and nail to hang on to Svatove and Kreminna, because if they lose it, particularly Kreminna, that is the gateway to Donetsk, to the second part of the republic, the gateway to Severodonetsk. Remember that? 100 days. I mean, if they get to Kreminna, they can get around the back of Severodonetsk, and all sorts of other things become possible. But the Russians are not.
Just want to bring you the latest on that developing story we brought you from Poland, because you remember we told you that a senior US intelligence official says that Russian missiles have crossed the border into Poland, which is a NATO member, killing 2 people. And of course, NATO membership confers protection for any nation. It means that an attack on one member of NATO is an attack on all of them. Of course, Ukraine is not a NATO member, which is why NATO has not come to its support militarily in terms of boots on the ground. Well, we are hearing that the Polish Prime Minister has ordered an emergency meeting of their National Security Bureau this evening, and of course we'll bring you any more developments as they come in.
попытки ряда государств переписать, перелицевать мировую историю становятся все агрессивнее и, по большому счету, имеют очевидную цель в отношении нашего общества, как минимум, разобщить, лишить нас ориентиров, ослабить, в конечном счете ослабить Россию и повлиять на ее суверенитет, по сути дела, раскачать суверенитет. Искажение истории, насаждение мифов, размывание ценностей во многом имеет именно с этого и
Saraba, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't see. I was in the bathroom. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Странах уже, в том числе и на Украине, да, и в ряде других государств. Попытки поступить также и с нашей страной, с Россией. Но, как уже говорил, мы вовремя и достаточно твердо для того, чтобы отстоять свои интересы, поставили им заслон. Основой нашей национальной идентичности были и остаются преемственность поколений, верность традициям.
So, the storyline from Russia is basically America is a colonizer. They're trying to control Russia. They're trying to control Russian sovereignty, and they have no business in Ukraine. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. I'm not making a comment. I'm just telling you what the guy says. And this is where it's leading to. Russia is not winning on the ground. Every time Russia gets kicked back, they start these airstrikes. Rumor is that they don't have too many missiles left, like for these airstrikes. That you see, Russians' stockpile is running out. So, Saraba, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation. I do appreciate it. Thank you very, very, very much. Let me see. Let's see what's going on over here. Russia, G20, Zelensky. Let me see what he says.
Я хочу, щоб ця агресивна російська війна закінчилась справедливо і на основі статуту ООН і міжнародного права, а не аби як, за влучним формулюванням пана генерала Антоніо Гутерреша. Не варто пропонувати Україні компроміси з совістю, суверенітетом, територією та незалежністю. Ми поважаємо правила, і ми люди слова. Україна завжди була лідером миротворчих зусиль, і світ це бачив. І якщо Росія каже, що нібито хоче закінчити цю війну, хай доведе це діями. Росія має вивести всі свої війська та збройні формування з території України. Має бути відновлений контроль України над всіма ділянками нашого державного кордону з Росією. Саме це матиме наслідком реальне і повне припинення бойових дій.
And going back to the AP's reporting, a senior U.S. intelligence official saying Russian missiles crossed into NATO member Poland, killing 2 people. We just outlined that the Polish government, according to a spokesperson, is holding emergency meetings due to this situation. Joining us on the phone line now, Bloomberg Television's European correspondent Maria Tadeo, who is also just getting these headlines right now as well. Maria, what more can you tell us about how things might play out from here?
Look, I think what we need to do now is focus on the Polish government and the findings that they come up with. This was always the risk with the war in Ukraine, that it could spill over into a member of NATO and that it could spill over into a member of the European Union. Of course, we know that Poland is both. On top of that, and to make things more complicated here, is a very difficult diplomatic relationship that Poland and the Russian Federation have at this point. Poland is a country that is openly supporter of Ukraine, and they have a very complicated historical context too, going back to the end of the Second World War, the Iron Curtain, and of course the post-Soviet Union order. For the Polish right now, this is a very emotional subject. The Polish population is 100% all in their support of Ukraine, and the government of Prime Minister Morawiecki is also very 100% in support of Ukraine. Remember, the fact that this is a NATO country, if indeed there was a missile strike, whether it was intentional or not, I think that's sort of the nuance now that fell on the Polish border, could really change the nature of the conflict and could be a real game changer. But at this point, I also want to be very careful with my words because, of course, as you know very well, if Poland decides they want to go to NATO and trigger Article 5, then that means essentially you have 30 countries that should come together and support this country against Russia. So I do want to be very careful with my words on this because the impact and the scale of this would now be much bigger than anything we've seen until now.
Maria, we have about 45 seconds here. I want to ask you more about the cultural momentum that you actually really touched on there. Poland, far more sensitive to Russia than Ukraine, therefore has been allied. Of course, we know a lot of the refugees coming out from Ukraine.
Guys, I think at this point, I'm going to call this quits. There's really nothing that's coming out. I don't want to waste your time. If there's some news that comes out, I'll definitely hold a press conference. There's not really much to report right now. Thank you very much for joining me for the lives. This is not what I expected. And God bless us. Hopefully this doesn't go into something a lot worse than we think it is, you know? Thank you. Have a great day.